Teso Parliamentary Group.
Tororo Parliamentary Group not a time from the Sierra.
Chigezi Parliamentary Group. Chigezi Parliamentary Group. Bunyoro Parliamentary Group. Rwenzori Parliamentary Group. Tororo Parliamentary Group. Tororo Parliamentary Group. Uganda People's Defense Forces, the Uganda People's Defense Forces,
Honorable members, this being a special sitting with special circumstances, the Chief Justice, being part of the family of Oulanya, has been allowed in. He's seated just here. You're most welcome, Chief Justice. And I'm acting under Rule 8 of the Rules of Procedure.
the Independents, Bugisu Parliamentary Forum, Sebei Parliamentary Group, Sebei Parliamentary Group, Karamoja Parliamentary Group, the older persons representative, the older persons, the East African Legislative Assembly,
Honorable members, amidst us we have His Lordship the Chief Justice Owonyidolo Alphonse. In the VIP lounge, Chief Justice, you're most welcome. In the VIP lounge, VIP gallery, we have His Excellency Mohammed Sulaiman Ahmed, the Dean of Diplomatic Corps. You're welcome. We have Honorable John Nasasira, former Minister. Honorable, you're most welcome. We have Honorable Chibule Ronald, former Minister. Welcome. We have Honorable Amanya Mushega, former Member of Parliament. Welcome, and Minister. We have Honorable Makmot Otto Edward, the former Member of Parliament. Welcome. We have Honorable Simeo. We have Honorable Miriam Achembe, former MP. Maria, you're most welcome. Honorable Kelo, the former MP. Welcome. Right Honorable Margaret Ziwa, former MP and Speaker of Yala. Welcome. Honorable Dan Kidega, the former Speaker of Yala. You're most welcome. We have Honorable Ben Wacha. Ben, you're welcome. Honorable Dan Ogalo, Wandel Ogalo, most welcome. We have the Right Honorable Todong Richard, the Secretary General of NRM. We have Honorable Norbert Mao, Party President DP. We have Her Excellency the Ambassador Mulen Dorin, Uganda High Commission of South Africa. We have Honorable Werike Michael. Welcome, former Minister. Honorable Babire Kadogo, former MP. Welcome. Honorable Kumam Nsamba, former MP. Welcome. We have Honorable Ekulo Epak, former MP. Sorry, it is a typo. We have Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, former MP of Yala. They are all here to witness the proceedings of today when we are paying tribute to our fallen hero, We also have Honorable Mubel. Honorable Mubel Senge, that is a delegation from Democratic Republic of Congo. We have Honorable Tabu Makusi is the head of delegation. You're most welcome. We have Honorable Marcela, also from Parliament of Congo. We have Honorable Nono from Congo. We have Honorable Jean Paul Bigira, MP Congo. Honorable Piriero Ukumba is the senator. We have Honorable Alphonse is a senator. Honorable Dete Mbui is a senator. We have Honorable Mayendi is an advisor. Honorable Chunya is an advisor. Then a delegation from the East African Legislative Assembly. We have Honorable Rose Akol, Member of Parliament Yala. Honorable Kakoza James Yala. Honorable Mugenyi Mary, welcome. Honorable Mukasa Ambide, you're most welcome. Honorable Musa Mali Paul Yala. Honorable Namara Dennis, Honorable Dongo George Stephen, Honorable Dr. Mbonye, Director Nakasero Hospital. Doctor, you're most welcome. We have Honorable Sam Kutesa, you're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming to witness the proceedings of today. We have Honorable Mojas, the party president of FDC. Engineer, you're most welcome. Clerk.
Item number 5 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late, the Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Oulanya, former Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda.
Excellency Chief Kalupo, you're welcome.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, members of Parliament, this is a motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay special tribute to the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanya, the Speaker of the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And it is moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament and Schedule 4, Part B, Paragraph 13 of the Parliamentary Pensions Act 2007. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, whereas Parliament of Uganda received with deep sorrow the sad news of the death of the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanya, which occurred on Sunday, Speaker of the 11th Parliament from 24th May 2021 up to the time of his death. Secondly, Deputy Speaker of the 10th and the 9th Parliament from 19th May 2016 to May 2021 and 19th May 2011 to May 2016, respectively. Thirdly, as a member of parliament representing Moro County, Gulu District in 2001 to 2006 and 2011 to 2016, up to the time of his death. And a chairperson, Northern Region, Central Executive Committee of the National Resistance Movement from 2020 to the time of his death. Chairperson, Commission of Inquiry into the sublease of Kiseka Market in 2008. And the UN Special Envoy to the Uganda peace talks between the government of Uganda and the LRA, and participated in drafting the Juba Peace Agreement in 2006, earning him an honorary doctorate of divinity by Zoe Life Theological College, United States of America, and chairperson Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs from May 2001 to 2005. Appreciating that the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was a dedicated speaker who served our country and our parliament with devotion and enthusiasm, and his leadership greatly contributed to strengthening of adherence to the rule of law, parliamentary practice, political tolerance, the spirit of humanity, or Ubuntu, and encourage cohesion among its different shades of opinion. Recognizing the contribution made by the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, his participation in the peace talks between the government of Uganda and the Lord's Resistance Army, and championing the promotion of government programs for the social and economic transformation of the people of Acholi sub-region and Uganda at large. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament collectively conveys its condolences to His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the bereaved family of the late Jacob Oulanya, all relatives and friends of the late Jacob Oulanya, the people of Acholi sub-region, the Parliament of Uganda, and indeed all the people of Uganda for the loss of a great and exceptional leader, and takes cognizance of the excellent and patriotic service that the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanya has rendered to the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, the Acholi community, and indeed all the people of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move.
Thank you, Excellent Vice President. Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded? Is seconded by the Prime Minister, by Right Honorable Kadaga, by Leader of Opposition, by the whole House. Thank you so much. Would you love to speak to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on 20th March 2022, we received the sad news of the death of our Speaker, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Lokori Oulanya. in the United States of America, where he had traveled for specialized treatment. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to pay tribute to our departed speaker, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya, who was a gallant son of Uganda, and we shall remember him for his distinguished service institution of Parliament and to the country at large. I would like to thank His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for his try to save the life of the late Jacob Oulanya with the interventions which we all know are self-explanatory. I would also like to thank His Excellency the President for enabling government to accord him a state funeral that is deserving of a man of the caliber of the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was born in Gulu district, now Gulu city, on the 23rd March 1965 to Nathan Okori and Karen Atwon. He studied at St. Joseph College Laibi, Dr. Milton Obote College Boroboro, and Kololo Secondary School for his O-level and A-level education, respectively. In 1988, he joined Makerere University and graduated in 1992 with a Bachelor of Arts degree. The same year, he joined Makerere University, graduating in 1995 with a Bachelor of Laws. While pursuing his law course, he served as Speaker of the Makerere University Students' Guild. In 1996, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya attended the Law Development Center and obtained a postgraduate diploma in legal practice. He then joined the center as a lecturer, and it was during this time that he began private law practice at Oulanya, Honoria, and Company Advocates. 2001, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was voted to the 7th Parliament as a Member of Parliament for Omoro County. He chaired the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, handling the challenging process of political transition then, the multi-party system, and the constitutional review. He steered the committee to process 2 constitutional amendment bills and 9 other bills to implement the provision of the amended constitution. Jacob Oulanya quit the Uganda People's Congress and joined the National Resistance Movement Party. He continued to actively engage himself in the legislative activities within the region and trained numerous legislators in Kenya, Eswatini, formerly Swaziland, South Africa, South Sudan, and Sudan on parliamentary practice and procedure. He also drafted several rules of procedure for other parliamentarians or parliaments in the region. The Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya was also instrumental in the restoration of peace in South Sudan. He drafted the Juba Peace Talks Agreement and was also an advisor to the government of South Sudan, alongside other high-level persons, including Dr. Riek Machar, who was the chief mediator in the Juba Peace Talks, and President Joachim Chissano, the UN Special Envoy to the Lord's Resistance Army affected areas. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in March 2011, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was elected Member of Parliament for Omoro County on the NRM ticket. And in May 2011, he was elected Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of Uganda. In 2016, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya was re-elected as Omoro County Member of Parliament and Deputy Speaker of the 10th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, on 13th July 2019, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya was awarded an honorary doctorate of divinity by Zoe Life Theological College in the United States of America in honor of his distinguished services in faith. On 14th January 2021, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya was re-elected Omoro County Member of Parliament, and on 24th May 2021, he was voted Speaker of the 11th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya was a key figure in the northern region, offering political leadership and monitoring to the post-conflict and recovery process of northern Uganda. With his influence, he mobilized support for the ruling National Resistance Movement Party in northern Uganda, which saw the party with which saw the party win overwhelmingly in the region after 3 decades. The Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was passionate about propelling his community from subsistence survival to the money economy. To this effect, he had initiated several projects for the people of Omoro, one of which was done a revolving fund of close to 3 billion Uganda shillings, which provided a startup capital to natives for various micro businesses. Indeed, when at his election as Member of Parliament in 2021, his focus was on improving education standards, health care, boosting agriculture, and achieving socio-economic transformation for our people in Omoro County. The Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was a father and a mentor to many. At the time of his death, he was sponsoring over 200 students at primary, secondary, and university level, respectively. He went beyond supporting them financially, but took keen interest in ensuring that they grow to be successful and responsible citizens. It is this group of young people that he had in mind when he said he was careful how he handled public matters, because he didn't want to set a bad example. He wanted to be a man worth emulating. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was also instrumental in the ongoing construction of the Cancer Institute in Omoro District. I would like to urge the Ministry of Health to ensure the completion of the said Cancer Institute in honor and memory of Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Right Honorable Dr. Oulanya was not only passionate about politics, but committed his life to serving God and humanity. He was a Rotarian of the Rotary Club of Kampala Central, and he made donations to all major Rotary activities in Uganda and contributed generously to the Rotary Foundation of Rotary International to support humanitarian service. Right Honorable Speaker, as Parliament, would like to wish to extend our sincere sympathies and condolences to His Excellency, bereaved family, the relatives, friends, in-laws, honorable members of Parliament, the people of Acholi sub-region, and indeed all the people of Uganda. May the Lord sustain the bereaved family of the late Jacob Oulanya, and may the soul of the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya rest in eternal peace.
Thank you so much, Vice President, for that elaborate motion. Can we have the Prime Minister?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for according me time to be the seconder of this motion. I would like to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the support he rendered the late Jacob Oulanya to save his life and also ensuring that he receives a dignified send-off. A lot has been said about Oulanya's background and education. Therefore, I will focus on his legacy as Speaker of the 11th Parliament and a Member of Parliament representing the people of Omoro County. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the right Jacob Oulanya served this nation with excellency and dedication. He fostered collaboration between Parliament and the Executive and prioritized government business. The Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya was a pro-people person. Indeed, his last task in the House before being hospitalized was the passing of the National Social Security Fund, NSSF bill, which legalized the middle-term access to members' savings. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya sought to restore public confidence in the institution of Parliament by urging legislators to focus on debating issues of national importance and perfecting service delivery to the people of Uganda. As Speaker of the 11th Parliament, Oulanya was keen on instructive and constructive debate in the House. But while setting the agenda of the 11th Parliament, Oulanya called for evidence-based debate in the House, citing that without research and statistics, members risk bringing the entire House of intelligent and dignified people into disrepute. the eloquence and expertise with which he steered the House, and him respect and loyalty of honorable members, among whom he always promoted the spirit of humanity, like others have said, Ubuntu. He was a uniting factor among the varied voices in the House, and always urged members of Parliament to accord respect to each other, irrespective of party society. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Right Honorable Dr. Oulanya was a respecter of time and ensured the parliamentary proceedings he chaired started right on the dot. He believed that leaders should be the pace setters in handling parliamentary business. He didn't just talk, but he walked his talk. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, he was an expert in law and parliamentary practice and procedure. In 2001, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya chaired the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. His legal expertise was shown particularly on the constitutional amendment that brought the presidential and parliamentary elections on the same day. This is on record. To maximize resources and promote fair competition. It was also during his tenure as chair of the same committee that the multi-party dispensation was ushered in, which has been key to our growth as a democratic state. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the late Jacob Oulanya was an accomplished legislator. As a matter of fact, he presented the only private member's bill in the 7th Parliament. 2006. The Right Honorable Dr. Jacob Oulanya was a true nationalist, a visionary and progressive leader. He was an inspiration to all of us, and his legacy will outlive him. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as Prime Minister and leader of government business in Parliament, I wish to extend my sincere sympathies and condolences to HE, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the bereaved family, relatives, friends, honorable members of Parliament, the people of Acholi sub-region and the nation. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to join the move of the motion and the Vice President of the Republic, together with the first seconder, the Prime Minister, and you colleagues, members of Parliament, in paying tribute to now the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, who until his death on 20th of March served as Speaker for the first 9 months of the 11th Parliament. I stand not just to second the motion, but to join all of you members of Parliament to mourn and pay tribute to a great son of Uganda, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. In my own capacity as leader of the opposition in Parliament, I'd like to extend my personal sympathies and that of my team of the late Right Honourable Speaker, the people of Omoro, the ruling party to which he belonged and served so diligently, and of course the Parliament of Uganda to which he had personified the service. Right Honourable Speaker, it's been a long, painful 15 days for the family, friends, and the country since our leader took his last breath. And it is with a heavy heart that we reflect upon his life and accomplishments. For us in the opposition, the demise of the Right Honourable Speaker is a huge loss. The country and Parliament has lost an encyclopedia of parliamentary procedure when many of our first-time members of Parliament needed guidance from him to understand and master the ways and methods of Parliament. There's no doubt that he did distinguish himself as one with a clear mastery of parliamentary practice. But Mr. Speaker, over the past 16 days that our nation has been mourning, people have expressed their grief in various ways. But what stands out very clearly, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, is that there's been an outpouring of admiration to the accomplishments of the Right Honourable Speaker. His accomplishments over the last years of his service are no mean feat in the nature of political environment in which we operate. And in times like this, Right Honourable Speaker, we tend to ask ourselves questions. What is it about this man that elicits this kind of outpouring in admiration for his accomplishments, Right Honourable Speaker? We now know, Right Honourable Speaker, that Jacob Oulanya, or OG, worked his way up. He did not climb up. He never was a social climber, but he worked his way to rise to where he rested. Right Honourable Speaker, when people see goodness in a person, they respond by reflecting goodness back to that person. He was a fine gentleman. He was a good man. I have learned over time, Right Honourable Speaker, through my own engagement with people I agree and disagree with, that eventually leadership is about falling in love with the people and the people falling in love with you or loving you back. It is about serving the people with selflessness, sacrifice, and goodwill, Right Honourable Speaker. As the opposition in Parliament, we had fallen in love with the leader, the Right Honourable Jacob Oulanya, the Speaker, but necessarily not the politician, and the two are distinct. The distinction probably about him is that he was able to draw a boundary between being a leader and being a politician, which is why he had the right balance while leading us in Parliament. It's a unique trait. It is that delicate balance that distinguishes statesmen from masqueraders, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, today we pay tribute to a man whose extraordinary eloquence, clarity in speech, and mastery of House rules and procedure made him unique as the presiding officer of parliamentary sessions. Our foreign speaker created and maintained his own unique OJ brand. It's the reason why most of us men are decked with bow ties. His style reflected his humility, his meekness. Humble enough when caught off guard. That Honourable Speaker, most importantly, our friend, senior colleague and leader, distinguished himself as a master of balancing the interests of everyone. I recollect that Honourable Speaker, at the launch of the opposition legislative agenda, I invited him to be our guest. He was excited to officiate at an opposition initiative. To work with the opposition on everything that seeks to serve our citizens. He advised that he preferred the leadership of both sides of the House to use the Westminster model of meeting regularly to iron out differences on issues of divergency and only come on the floor to sort out matters where the two sides could not agree. Honourable Speaker, we owe his memory a bipartisan approach to matters that really help citizens to better their lives, because that is our space, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as the presiding officer of this House, this great son of Uganda exhibited a level of fairness to all sides of this House, despite the partisan pressure that is extolled on the office of the Speaker. In the spirit of fairness, he has left behind a matter he passionately intended to provide leadership over. That is Rule 25(2)(1, that regards the processing of a statement by a shadow minister. He was very passionate. I recollect, Honourable Speaker. There are individuals in this House, Honourable Speaker, that actually believes that the opposition is here illegally. You know, that actually the opposition is such a bother and an intrusion that people are supposed to come here in Parliament and run through issues regardless. We had a conversation about the import of Rule 25(2)(1 with the late, and I would like to implore and beseech the indulgence of the Right Honourable Speaker to pursue this matter with the Rules Committee, because we are a People's Parliament, and as such, it's not questioned. That questioning the work of government is actually done with the intention of failing government. You know, we are Ugandans. We know a government in power will go and shall take over. We want to find a better Uganda before we take over. Right Honourable Speaker, before I take leave of this eulogy, may I take this opportunity to remind this august House of brief three issues before I take leave, as a matter of reflection, as we bid farewell for a brother, leader, comrade, friend, a parent like most of us. One, Right Honourable Speaker, as leaders, it's very dangerous as we offer leadership in this country at various levels, as much as possible, refrain from generalizing and characterizing citizens when we disagree. We have had leaders in this country trying to draw a wedge between citizens on ethnic. The memory of OJ will not be served well with these partisan posturings, Right Honourable Speaker. We owe his memory the nature of politics, that is the embracing of our differences. Our differences are not a minus on this country. Our diversities, being a nation that is a melting pot of ethnicities, is not a minus. We should instead use it to serve common good. And I would like to invite politicians at all levels to avoid milking ethnicity for political advantage as they pursue their own goals, Right Honourable Speaker. Jacob was a unifier. We could disagree but we'll give you space and listen to you and respect you. We always memory that. True, Right Honourable Speaker, let what made our Speaker exemplary be an inspiration to all of us. The most important lesson he taught us is a commitment to duty. He committed himself to delivering on assignments given to him. We should, in all our respective capacities, in memory of Jacob Oulanya, commit to delivering quality output on time. That is the best we can give to Uganda and the memory of our leader. The business of ministers running away from duty and giving excuses, and we lose time of parliament and waste taxpayers' money, should end. In the memory of OJ, a session at 2 o'clock was 2 o'clock and we process business. Right Honourable Speaker, we need to learn from his commitment to duty. Pretending to work shall not solve national problems. If you pretend, please go and pretend from home. Don't occupy public office. Last Right Honourable Speaker, the Right Honourable Speaker and friend sadly passed on away from home. Right Honourable Speaker, his close friends, self for a few were able to travel, missed an opportunity to have a last word with him. And for me, that's very saddening. Not that he wanted OJ to die from his house. The point I'm making, Right Honourable Speaker, is that we need to do better. Right now, as Parliament, we engage in the budget process. I am waiting to see the level of commitment given these experiences on the health sector. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this Parliament mortgaged the nation to over $1 trillion to build a specialized hospital. That facility is a no-go area for members of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker. And as leaders, we need to be very, very careful in our actions. It's very, very dangerous. And when we return, Right Honourable Speaker, it's going to be very different. Government must explain whether we are fleeced and we go for those who actually did it. It was connivance, we shall go for everyone who connived in that project. We want it delivered. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to note that finally, the President at Kololo, when we are electing the speakers, advised us to amend Article 82 that provides for the office of the Speaker of Parliament. I'd like to remind this House and the country that actually the actual succession legal provisions that are lacking in our law books that require urgent legislation are related to the conduct of government business upon passing or loss of an election by an incumbent president in Uganda. A presidential succession law with details of authority given to office bearers is our urgent legislation, which we intend as the opposition in the 11th Parliament to initiate. This is intended to create certainty and close any ambiguity, especially upon the loss of an election. Right Honourable Speaker. There is no problem with the calendar relating to the election of the Speaker. There is no ambiguity, regardless of the misgivings of the President. The ambiguity and the void is in the succession to the presidency, Right Honourable Speaker. So we intend to resurrect the bill that was earlier moved by Dr. Olumebayiga in Parliament, polish it, and make provision for presidential succession with clarity and without ambiguity. May the soul of our foreign giant, friend, and leader rest in honor peace. I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader of Opposition. We'll want to get a brief report, a brief medical report from Dr. Chen, who followed on the health of the fallen hero. But before Dr. Chen answers, we have condolence messages here. We have a condolence message from Major Retired Jessica Alupo, the MP of Katakwi, and the Vice President of Uganda. Thank you so much for the message. We also have a message from Parliamentary Catholic Chaplaincy, and enclosed is 1 million shillings for Jacob Oulanya Education Fund. Thank you so much. We have a messages from Embassy of Islamic Republic of Iran, New Zealand Embassy, Embassy of Arab Republic of Egypt, Embassy of Republic of Senegal, Embassy of Congolese Republic, Embassy of Republic of Rwanda, Embassy of Burkina Faso, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Speaker of the House of the People's Representatives of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Embassy of People's Republic of China, Embassy of Mauritania, Embassy of Fatima Mahat. We have messages from Embassy of Republic of Burundi in Kampala, Embassy of the Federal Republic of Somalia in Kampala, Embassy of State of Libya in Kampala. We have Embassy of the Russian Federation of the Republic of Uganda, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Rwanda in Kampala. We have a message from Mr. Sentongo Henry, that is Sentongo and partners. We have Edith Tusivira, that is Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. Dr. Jonathan Musingusi, the National Population Council. We have Dr. Joseph Mubawala, the Tabasinga of Busoga. Dr. Betty Mirembe, Perth, Uganda. Mr. Paul Mugenyi, Prudential Assurance Uganda Limited. Honorable Safia Nalule, Equal Opportunities Commission. Right Honorable Valentina, that is the Speaker of the Federal Council of the Federal Assembly of Russian Federation. We have a message from the General Secretary and the President of the Interparliamentary Union. We have a message from Dr. Sanya Wilson, Urban Authorities Association of Uganda. We have a message from Professor Mustafa Sentongo. We have a message from Mr. Martin Nsubuga, Uganda Retirement Benefit Regulatory Authority. Honorable, we'll continue reading messages as they come in. Honorable Achen, could you give us a brief history of the course of the day?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to convey my condolence to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to the Vice President, to you, Right Honorable Speaker, to the Chief Justice, to the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, and all colleagues in the House. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the Parliament, the 11th Parliament, and through you, for all the support that was given to the late Right Honorable Speaker. You did not leave any stone unturned in our quest to see that he remained alive and healthy. And allow me also to appreciate all the honorable members for their prayers, which kept the late Honorable Jacob clinging onto life, and in a special way to appreciate the family for standing together, staying together, and honoring their father. Right Honorable Speaker, the ill health of the late Speaker started in 2019. And because you have asked me to be brief, I will summarize. In 2019, he discovered a swelling in the neck. It was a relatively big swelling. And he took it upon himself to seek medical attention in Germany. The swelling was removed and analyzed, and he was told it was a cancer. And later on I will summarize what the cancer was. He was started on treatment, which he finished in Uganda Cancer Institute. He subsequently visited several other hospitals because of the same, but we also had challenges during the lockdown and during the elections when he was not able to be in hospital. On the 23rd of January, we admitted him to Mulago, where he was to stay for 2 weeks. And during that time, we were preparing him to travel, and also getting in touch with several hospitals that could provide a gene therapy treatment known as the CAR T-cell, which did not require more chemotherapy, because he had had multiple chemotherapy that had suppressed the bone marrow. And one of the reasons, Right Honorable Speaker, why visitors were limited was because his bone marrow was not functional and he needed to be protected from infection. So it was not that visitors were bad deliberately, but that was the reason. Allow me to appreciate the team of doctors in Mulago who took care of him, 15 of them led by Dr. Jackson Orem, the Uganda Cancer Institute Executive Director, who attended to him from the time when he discovered the lump until he went to Seattle. On the 3rd of February, 5 people left for Seattle, 5 physical people, together with the Holy Spirit. The 5 physical people included the late Right Honorable Speaker, included Patricia Lakidi as an attendant, included Christina Ward, and included his security guard, Ocheng, and included Dr. Jackson Orem, who was to ensure that the hospital picks him immediately, stabilizes him, and takes care of him. While in the hospital, several investigations were repeated. The biopsy tissues from the various hospitals were recalled for further analysis. Bone marrow biopsies were retaken for analysis, and details of all these were provided. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the report I have here is the death summary report for the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya Lokori. The immediate cause of death, and therefore, 1, the immediate cause of death was multi-organ failure. The heart failed, the lungs failed, the liver failed, and the kidney failed. The liver started failing while he was still here in Uganda, as well as the lungs that had started collecting fluid. The heart started failing while in Seattle, as well as the kidneys. He had multiple infections, bacterial infections, which were discovered here, and viral infections that were discovered in Seattle. And unfortunately, the treatment for the viral infections also further suppressed the bone marrow. This was a consequence of total bone marrow suppression, which we call pancytopenia. In other words, his bone marrow could no longer produce red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets. And he lived on blood and platelets every day. All this resulted from progressive, recurrent, diffuse, large B-cell non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. That is the cancer. And I will repeat, progressive, recurrent, diffuse, large B, and of course, the chemotherapy that he received for quite a while. Right Honorable Speaker, there were contributory conditions, and the contributory conditions include the following. He had a lymphatic system depletion. The Right Honorable Speaker lost his spleen while he was in Makerere, and I'm sure many of you are aware about this. It is the spleen. And my brother, Right Honorable Kotogong, allow me to correct you, it is not the pancreas. You cannot live without a pancreas. It was the spleen. He had a splenectomy following that riot. So he didn't have a spleen, which is also an organ that manufactures blood cells, white, red, and so on. He also had challenges with stem cells, which had a poor immune response because of chemotherapy. He started having gastrointestinal bleeding, or bleeding into the abdomen, because of lack of platelets. He could not stop the bleeding. He had multi-drug resistant bacteria, and this was Klebsiella pneumoniae, which is usually hospital acquired when you stay in a hospital for too long. And the virus was him. So Right Honorable Speaker, once again, my condolence. This is the brief report. A longer story will be provided in Kololo. I thank you for the opportunity for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Chen, and thank you for being there for Jacob. The Right Honorable Speaker, former Speaker, Emeritus, wanted to, she worked with Jacob closely.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honourable members, condolences to the family, my Lord the Chief Justice, and members of the family, friends, the House, His Excellency the President, and the people of Uganda. I support the motion, and I am here to give some testimony about his working life. His education, growing up, party growth has been discussed. I just want to talk briefly about our time together, because I worked with him here for 10 years. We had a good working relationship. Honorable Jacob was, apart from supporting in the House and the Appointments and Business Committee, was also the head of delegation of the ACP in the EU, was also the head of delegation of the International Congress of the Great Lakes region, was also in charge of external travel with the members of the Parliamentary Commission, where I was in charge of the Commonwealth and the Interparliamentary Union. I think now that the Minister of Health has spoken, I can relate to what I remember about his health. Even for me, I think it was in 2019 that I realized that Honorable Jacob was not well. And it happened by accident. I was looking for him because we were approaching the Christmas recess, and there are some items I wanted on the order paper. One of them was the motion on the new cities. We had sat in the business committee and agreed that the motion on the cities must be completed before Christmas. One, because we needed it to be the budget framework paper, but secondly, to ensure the Electoral Commission would have an opportunity to demarcate the constituencies in good time so that the elections of 2021 were held, including the new constituencies. Now, I was looking for him because on 2 occasions, he had presided over the sitting and no decision had been taken. So I was looking for him to find out, him having had the opportunity to listen to the debate on 2 occasions, was there a risk that if I brought back this matter on the order paper, it would be voted out? Also, would he be in a position to complete it, or should I do it? So when I found him, he said, I'm not well. So I said, oh, do you have malaria? He said, no, I've had an operation. So what's the matter? He said, I got an appendix operation. So I said, okay, in that case, we have got 3 weeks to, at the end of the meeting, you stay home. So I was shocked 3 days later to receive a letter from him that was going out of the country. So I picked up the phone. He said, Jacob, I thought we agreed that you stay home. Are you going to travel when we just had an operation? He said, I cannot explain, but I need to travel. So I let it pass. In that letter, I think he had told me he would come back at the end of around 28th of December, 2019. Now, on the 29th of December, I received another letter telling me that he had come back, but he wants to go out again. So I said, okay, we are still in the recess, you go. So at that time, I was due to go to the Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers in Canada, where, by the way, I want to give notice that I committed Uganda to host the Standing Committee of the Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers. Because he was not here, I had spent only 3 days in Ottawa so that I could come back and start the 3rd meeting, which was a budget meeting. He came back briefly, worked for a few days. Then I got another letter, which puzzled me. He wrote to me that he was going to the Federal Republic of Germany on a trade association, and that he was going to visit all the federal states of Germany. So I said, Germany. First of all, this parliament does not have a bilateral with the Bundestag of Germany. So I was puzzled, why should a Ugandan official spend 6 weeks in Germany? And why should he visit all the states? So I wrote to him, I said, no, I think it's not, you shouldn't travel now. This is the budget meeting, we are about to start the budget. He didn't answer. So I think now it ties in with what the minister said, why he had spent time in Germany. He came back, worked a bit, and again requested to go. So now I really got worried. I took time and went to the president, told him that my colleague doesn't appear to be well, but has not informed me what the problem is. But Your Excellency, I want you to know, because you are the one who sent us there. So this went on and on. He wouldn't stay for long in the country. And the other things you saw after he became speaker are similar to the ones that happened when he was still deputy speaker. So all I can say is that I think he was struggling, but was also trying to fulfill his obligation, both in the constituency, to the party, and also that he did, because we did a lot of work together. Now, honour members, one of the things that I would want us to do for him, we have been told that he moved the private members bill for the as far back as 2006. You know, on so many occasions, I tried to call the Minister of Justice to ensure that this thing is being implemented. The musicians are complaining, you know, the artists are complaining, you know, they're still complaining. So I want to appeal to Right Honorable Nabanja, the Prime Minister, and the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, that in honor of Honorable Jacob Oulanya, let us ensure that this law is implemented, because he wanted it. And members, you may not know that it's maybe now many members bring private members bills, but in the other parliaments, 1, 2, 3, in 5 years. So I want us to honor him by ensuring that we do something that he was really committed to. Honorable Speaker, I want to give notice. I will not be able to be in Kololo. I will not be able to attend the other ceremonies. The Council of Ministers is meeting. They started yesterday, but I delayed my departure because of this. Tomorrow we are busy with the budget in Arusha, and then the recruitment. On Friday we shall be in Nairobi to attend the ceremony for the deed of accession between the East African community and the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I want to say farewell to my friend, my colleague, partner, member of our party, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. May your soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker Emeritus. Thank you for those kind words. I am going to open the debate, and you will all have to debate. One of the reasons why I've called a special friend to the late Jacob Oulanya. Jacob Oulanya wanted to be a speaker so much. But it is this lady who pushed and made sure that Jacob achieved his dream. That's why I said a special friend. And the fact that she helped Jacob in achieving what he wanted, that's why I'm giving her space to speak, and I will open the debate. Members, 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I bring condolences to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Vice President, the Speaker, the Chief Justice, the family, and colleagues, members of Parliament. We have lost a person in the name of Jacob Oulanya, but in him we had a speaker, a gallant son of Uganda, and celebrating a life lived with flavor, purpose, clarity, and humility. The country and Parliament has lost a critical thinker. We have some people in life who think after talking, but Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya would think before talking. A strategic political actor who realized that since Ugandans loved the NRM more, he joined NRM so that he would get a platform to serve the country, to achieve his aspirations. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the NRM party for having welcomed Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, gave him a platform to serve, but also most importantly, to achieve his heart desires. He was a legislator of greater admiration, and he was a speaker whose style and service the country has missed. When he would be seated in the chair presiding, I want to say, colleagues, he would give no room, no space for anybody to cause litigation when he was in presiding. He was a man of so many practices who demarcated boundaries between his private life, his family, his work as a professional lawyer, but also as a speaker, and also as, when you observe in terms of leisure, he was so much also attached to the different groups in this country. Allow me in a special way inform you that Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya respected a creature called a female. One time we were in a meeting, and it was a hot meeting, political discussions. But in that discussion, he said, I want to quote him, had you been a fellow female, had you been a fellow male, we would have sorted out this issue, wouldn't have come to this table. But because you are female, I cannot do what I would have done to a fellow man. That humbled me as a person, and I saw a person who had respect for the females. I want to take this opportunity, pass a message to the males as we advocate for avoiding domestic violence. Let's take the example of Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, because I saw him and I even cried and broke down. That means he was at pain. I want to take this opportunity also to thank you members for having accorded him the opportunity. But in a special, I want to thank the NRM party, especially members of the Central Executive Committee under the leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. When we were in the Central Executive Committee meeting in 2016 to get a flag bearer, I want to inform you that the Central Executive Committee promised him that he will be accorded the chance. after the 5 years. And when the 5 years elapsed and he showed interest, the party, the same Central Executive Committee accorded him, and he was offered the post of a flag bearer unopposed. And when he came, you supported him. Thank you for helping him to achieve that. What I want to say about his private life, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya had a very beautiful, hard-working wife called Dorothy Nangwala Oulanya. Dorothy helped build Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. I want to pull out one thing. Whenever Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was to address the public, he would have to rehearse his speech to Dorothy. And Dorothy would tell him, please include this, leave out this, even the gestures. And I want to take this opportunity to ask the spouses to the members of parliament, if you can also add value to your spouse, please do it, so that it's an issue of the family, because you succeed as a family. Even in his poor health, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya remained strong-willed and with resolute, with Jesus Christ at the center of his life. Members, we may be having big offices, big responsibilities, but we should remember that we have the Creator. To the people of Omoro, I want to thank you for giving us your son to come and serve us. But we also gave him the opportunity as NRM party, but also as parliament, to serve this country, to be known beyond the boundaries of Omoro, but also to be known beyond the boundaries of this country. And also carrying the flag of Uganda so high with a lot of dignity. I want to thank him and thank the Creator. As Vice Chairperson of NRM in Northern Uganda, he, under his era, he mobilized. He is one Vice Chairperson of the region that really mobilized beyond his constituency and beyond his sub-region. He mobilized West Nile, mobilized Acholi, mobilized Lango. And for the first time since NRM came to power, NRM was able to win in those sub-regions because of his leadership. I want to take this opportunity once again to convey my condolences to the family, but also to thank the family for supporting Honorable Jacob Oulanya, but also in a special way to thank all of those who have been supportive to Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya since he lost his wife, Dorothy. Fare thee well, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you. In the public gallery, we have Dr. Bitex, former MP of Mbarara. Yeah. Then you will have Dr. Deogratias Kiinji, former MP of Bukoman Simbi. You are most welcome. Honorable members, the debate is open. Honorable Nakadama. Cecilia, do you have something to say?
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, I believe the 11th Parliament know that I was always referred to as Oulanya's mother. And therefore, when I stand at this moment, I expect, Right Honorable Speaker, for you to understand. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pay my condolences to His Excellency the President. To you, you were not given time to celebrate your change of leadership because of the situation. I want to also extend my condolences to your deputy, to the Chief Justice, and to the Prime Minister and the team, and the Vice President. Thank you so much for the moving the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, I felt that after the Minister of Health gave us details of what caused the death of our fallen speaker, I thought the motion that I wanted to move with the support of the majority of the House, and I think before I move, or at the end, all the members of Parliament will understand why I will move this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, you're already aware of that motion. If you give me permission, I can move the motion at this moment so that it becomes part of the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Cecilia, are you amending the motion or you're moving another motion?
Amending the motion. Amending.
Go ahead and amend the motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise under Rule 59(1)(k) and 61 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda. I rise to move an amendment to the motion moved by Her Excellency Vice President and seconded by the Prime Minister and the Leader of Government Business. Right Honorable Speaker, we have heard of what caused the death of our leader, the fallen Speaker, Jacob Oulanya. And it is in this, Right Honorable Speaker, that I move that the government, that I urge the government of the Republic of Uganda to urgently acquire the positron emission tomography, PEP, to facilitate the Uganda Cancer Institute in early detection and early management and diagnosis of cancer. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is that motion seconded? Is it seconded? Yes, Semoju. Honorable Semoju.
Madam Speaker, normally, and I'll seek for your indulgence, amendments are usually brought at the end. We now have a motion to pay tribute. To introduce an amendment before we have discussed fairly the motion to pay tribute, I fear, I support the amendment, but it will be a diversion because we will now go to discuss the amendment before we discuss the motion. In the past, Madam Speaker, and I know because you've been here, that amendment ordinarily has been coming at the time you are adopting the motion. But start with both. I am sorry, maybe my other colleagues have a lot of capacity, but I know my capacity, I'll have problems discussing two motions at the same time.
Honorable members, it is not an additional motion. What we can only do with the Cecilia's amendment is to bring at the end when we are passing now the motion. That's what we can do. We can bring your amendment as one of the prayers. And when I hear Okoto Gong saying that it has an effect on Article 93, we are urging government. We are not directing. You've been in this parliament for long.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to be added as a prayer so that when we debate, we debate mindful of that prayer.
We'll add as a prayer when we are passing the motion. Yes, Honorable Nakadama.
Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, I stand here to second the motion moved by His Excellency the Vice President and seconded by the whole House to join the world
Please switch on.
To join the rest of the world to sadly mourn the passing of our own, the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. I send deepest heartfelt condolences to the people of Uganda, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the legislative arm of government, the NRM party, the people of Acholi, his church of affiliation, the people of Omoro, the family, relatives, friends, and the children he has been supporting. I have known the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya for over 20 years. When we joined Parliament here, we came in at the same time. The nationalistic and patriotic character of the late debate. As a country, like the rest of the UN member countries, we are pursuing an agenda of leaving no one behind. The late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya is among those legislators that had clear understanding and advocating for equal opportunities, giving chance to the less house. No wonder he has been sponsoring many children to give them a chance to their life. And we pray that may those children be hoped by other people, or we who have stayed to see that they can continue with that support. The late was a honest person who would call a spade a spade. He was a joyful person, and I'm certain he utilized his time well. He has been a timekeeper. When he says 9, it means 9. The late has been a role model to all generations, the young, the youth, and the old. The death of the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya is a big blow to all of us, and we dedicate in prayer our country as we go through this trying time of mourning the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. The late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya has been a dedicated Christian, and we believe that he died in the Lord, and his death will be swallowed up in the resurrection victory, like is written in Corinthians 15:20, that is 27. May his soul rest in perpetual serenity. I thank you.
Thank you, Hajat. Shadow Attorney General. Honorable members, because of the congestion, when you finish speaking, if you feel you can go and sit in the lobby, you can go.
Yeah. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join the rest of the members in supporting the motion to pay tribute to our deceased
2 minutes.
former Speaker. I knew the late Jacob Oulanya when we joined Makerere School together in 1991. And since that time, we've worked closely together, and I think I'm among the few members here who know him better. When we were at the law school, whenever we would be free, he would bring to our attention the plight of northern Uganda, which was then ravaged by war. And when we concluded and completed university degree and went to Road Development Center still together, our class was few, we were less than 50 members. And we did finish the LDC. He opened up a law firm, as I did, and we would occasionally handle matters either together jointly or on opposite sides. And when he joined the parliament in 2001, I'm not surprised that he was one of the influential members in passing the Amnesty Act, because he had northern Uganda and the people of northern Uganda at heart. We again met in 2011 in this parliament, and I remember offering myself against him for a position of deputy speaker when I was still that side before I was expelled. Fast forward, the late Jacob Oulanya had many attributes, but one of them was that he appreciated the law. And I encourage you, Madam Speaker and your deputy, see, as speakers, you must read beyond what the members have read, because this House legislates on all matters of life. So you must know economics, you must know law, you must know medicine, you must know engineering and the like. The good thing, you both studied law, and I will encourage you to read hard before you come to preside over the session. We occasionally get bills that are drafted in a manner that is wanting, and a lot of surgery to the bills is made here. So as a speaker, you must be well versed in whatever bill is before you to ensure that the surgery is properly done. The late Jacob knew the rules of procedure so well that he did ensure that you were relevant whenever you stood up to speak. That rule of relevance helps in ensuring that matters of this House are handled in an expeditious manner, and we achieve the best. Before he passed on, we had an altercation between me and him and a few members, and it related to Rule 235. He actually made a very powerful ruling in the chair in respect of Rule 235. And I will invite you, the Madam Speaker and your Deputy, to look at that ruling and invite the Rules Committee to incorporate that ruling in our rules of procedure, because it was so fundamental that it touches the business, especially that had lapsed. Lastly, Shakespeare said that uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. You speakers, based on what I used to interact with him, you will get bashed from the president because ministers will be reporting you to him when they have themselves failed to deliver here in the House. They would want you to be their defender and everything. So take heart, stand your ground, because he told me occasionally they would choose him before the president, that he would favor me for being his classmate. If when ministers start reporting you, know you are doing your job. Stand your ground, be the protectors of the House, and let's have his mission and vision achieved under your guidance. May the soul of my classmate and my speaker rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. We promise to have a people-centered parliament, not a minister-centered parliament. So we'll be firm and we'll do what is correct for the good of this country. Can I have the nominator?
Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, members of Parliament, and all distinguished monarchs. One, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to pay tribute to my friend, a nationalist, a man of influence, and who is a celebrated speaker of this august house. I met late Dr. Jacob Oulanya in the 6th Parliament, in the 7th Parliament in 2001. We were the last to be sworn in because of our names starting with O and R. So he knew me, I didn't know him. He came and greeted me in Nyankore, Osivireje. Then I realized this was a very forceful statement. So I tried to speak to Nyankore, he got lost, and say, Nimarunji. So he was in a company of a very decently dressed lady whom I learned to be his wife later. And we were both elected to the CPA branch of Uganda. He was our treasurer, I was his dombo, Honorable Walaso, and Right Honorable Kadaga was our leader. So we had come here in the movement system. But Right Honorable Oulanya was from our party system. And to be specific, he was the UPC. But as we went on, I realized that Right Honorable Oulanya was a very objective person, and we got on well since that time. So Right Honorable Oulanya was the chairman of Legal and Parliamentary Committee, and during that time, there was a controversial constitutional amendment. And Right Honorable Oulanya, majority of the committee was for the amendment, and although he did not agree with the amendment, he supported and brought the report of the majority. So it distinguished him as a person who was really dependable. Right Honorable Oulanya was a dependable personality. He knew the law and he knew when to apply it. When he sat in the chair, you would feel that the chair is sitting in the chair. Right Honorable Oulanya was fair, was very rational, and that's why he pulled all of us to his side. Right Honorable Oulanya was a nationalist. It is also should be known that actually he demonstrated it by actually marrying from another region. If you consider most of his friends here in this house, and those who are outside, and the clerk who is presiding over this table, Right Honorable Oulanya, most of his friends were non-Acholis. So Right Honorable Oulanya was God-fearing. He always insisted on prayers before you did anything. And I'm quite very sure that Right Honorable Oulanya is with the Lord. And I know for sure, before he left, he committed his life to Jesus Christ. He was a man of influence. And his influence was wide. But it's not the width of this influence. It's that he dealt with every group of people and in depth. It is this depth that has united all us even after his death. When we are coming from Entebbe, you saw many young men and children lining out to take pictures of the body of our speaker returning home. So really, we should learn something from the life of late Jacob Oulanya. The legacy he has left should be emulated. Right, let me conclude. Right Honorable Speaker, he has left a very big legacy, and those of you who have stepped in his shoes should emulate it. I know you are very hard. We want to take this opportunity to thank those who helped Jacob Oulanya during his ailment, and especially the president, who went very far to save his life. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and those who tried to see him and support him, the Chief Justice, my brother, Norbert Mao, and all of you friends who gave support in one way or the other. We have one responsibility as members of parliament, as we send off our colleague. When we mourn our friends, when we mourn our relatives, we become very, very, very emotional. But you forget one thing, and that is the family. Right Honorable Oulanya has left children. These children, they don't have the mother. I want to thank the Chief Justice and you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the fund. And I would like to encourage my colleagues that we contribute this fund to make sure that the family of Right Honorable Oulanya is supported, so that they don't miss on education, so that they are not disorganized. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your attention, and I want to make a correction. The 10 cows are part of government effort. Because of the demand for animal protein and overwhelming numbers in Omoro, we are approached, and also by your office, and because of quarantine restriction in the neighborhood areas, we have a ranch in Aswa, and the board made a special sitting, and they offered 10 cows, which I communicated to the organizing committee and your office, Right Honorable Speaker. May the soul of my friend, the brother, Right Honorable Oulanya, rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again in the public gallery, VIP gallery, we have Honorable David Migereko, former minister. Daudi, you're most welcome. Honorable Nakaunde Sarah, former MP. Honorable Okello Anthony, former MP. Honorable Jacqueline Amongin, former Member of Parliament, welcome. Former Honorable Semu Gaba Samuel, former MP. Honorable Dominica Abu, former MP of NRC. You're most welcome. Dr. Diana Atwine, Public Secretary, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health. And we have Honorable Amor Paul, former Member of Parliament and now an ambassador in South Africa. Honorable Alice Alaso Ashanut, you're most welcome. The Secretary General of Alliance for National Transformation. Honorable Kaluya Andrew, former Member of Parliament. All have come to witness and follow the proceedings when we are paying tribute to our fallen colleague. Honorable, can I have two people on this side first, then I come back? Honorable Semojo, so that he goes out. Honorable Semojo, he's fasting, he has to go and pray. Honorable Semoju.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, usually at death, people will give flowering speeches, including those who have made your life very difficult. There are lessons I have picked since the Honorable Oulanya died. In fact, I intend to draw a list of those who will come near my body and those who will speak when I die. The Honorable Oulanya was shot at when he was a student guild speaker in Mackay in 1991 by this government. The Minister of Health said that actually that is the origin of his problem. Madam Speaker, there are things that have annoyed me that I want to say before I say something about the Honorable Oulanya. First, the mishandling of his death. Of course, I can't accuse this government of competence. Because you needed to explain to the public what it means to accord someone a state funeral. A state funeral is extremely expensive. But every day you are pleading, no, this is not the budget. Now this is the budget. I'll give you an example. On Friday will be public holiday. If you look at the money we collect, even as URA, it means we'll lose more than 60 billion shilling on Friday. But because of the incompetence, you focus the whole country of discussing 1.8 billion shilling, scandalizing the Honorable Oulanya. But I also want to caution, especially colleagues on this side. There are benefits in joining NRM. You can become a speaker. You can become a prime minister. But you must be ready to be judged by the crimes you have not committed. People who are demonstrating about the breakdown of health infrastructure in Uganda were not demonstrating against the Honorable Jacob Oulanya. And I don't know why the president chose to keep silent this time. Because one of the monumental stories when I was a journalist at Daily Monitor, the very first person to be flown for treatment in Germany was President's daughter, Natasha. The presidential jet eventually became an air ambulance, taking the Honorable Nobo Mayombo, taking the Honorable former Speaker. But the president, when they were harassing a dead Oulanya, kept quiet. I don't know why, but when we wrote about the daughter, the following day he was in all the papers explaining why it is important to fly people out. This government, you need to learn. I have said these things. One of the philosophers said, and you'll forgive me if you are annoyed by what he said, I am only reminding you. He was against bringing extremely very ordinary people into high positions because they are going to be overwhelmed by power. There are people who are over simple things. The budget of this parliament is about 600 billion shilling, which means every day we sit is about 1 billion. We've not sat for 3 weeks. Do you want to blame Oulanya for that expense? But they all kept quiet. They were there fidgeting. Madam Speaker, let me speak about Oulanya, having made those 2 points. The first time I met Oulanya,
As you speak about Oulanya, the next speakers, when you stand up, speak what you think Oulanya would love to hear. Oulanya was a very peaceful man. Let's for now speak out, politics aside. Let's talk about our leader who is lying here. What he would love to hear.
I thought that he would be happy when people are explaining the things that have happened since his death. People demonstrating.
One thing you should
Finally,
know,
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Semuju, one thing you should know, you have a very able parliament and we are handling everything. We don't have any emergency or whatever. Everything is moving according to program.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I knew, because if it was not for the intervention of this parliament and yourself, but I want to I want to leave that. Because, Madam Speaker, it is very painful. The things that have happened since Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya did. He is the first person that has attracted a statutory revision of the budget. And you bring it here and you don't want the public to discuss how you are handling his funeral. But let me, Madam Speaker, finally speak about Oulanya. I first interacted with Honorable Jacob Oulanya as a lawyer, then as a Speaker of Parliament. I will say one point and see it. When we are handling the Public Order Management Act, and we had a disagreement in this Parliament, later on, I was one of those that he ordered to be evicted. But he was not a vindictive man. After all those problems, he reached out, and actually I learned later that it was his style of work. The Honorable Nwagaba spoke about the bills left by the last parliament.
Dr. Lulume. Dr. Lulume.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am here not only to celebrate the life of the late Jacob Oulanya, but I'm also here to mourn him. I am mourning him because at his prime time, he has departed. This was the time when a man who has worked tirelessly throughout his youthful time, building the nation, serving his country, when the world and the country is looking at him to offer leadership, not only for parliament, but also the country, that is when the Lord has decided to call him. It is so sad. But I celebrate his life because in 1991, when I joined university, these young men just starting. They had made history at Makerere University, and his cohort included Honorable Nobert. Right, Honorable Speaker. I have just used 1 minute. Thank you very much. His cohort included Honorable Norbert Mao and Honorable Okumu Ronald Reagan. These were the young men of the time from northern Uganda who inspired us. It was at that time when my cohort had organized a youthful group called the Uganda Young Democrats, and we looked up to some experienced young politicians who would inspire us. And he was one of the people that we looked up to copy from, to get people who can inspire us, get different points of views on how Uganda should be managed, and the Uganda we needed. That is why I celebrate a person of his caliber. Other members of the cohort who used to inspire us in the same organizations that we used to call them to inspire young people in Makerere University included the late Professor Akiki Mujaju, Adonia Tebelondwa, Kagenda Atwoki, Kajabagu Karusoke of the NRM, Chapa Karuhanga. Those are the people who nourished the crop of leaders who came from the Ugandan democracy. In that way, I want to celebrate his life.
Honorable Frank, Betty, Daudi, and security.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to pay tribute to my friend, my brother, and my leader. Condolences to you, Right Honorable Speaker, to the President, and to the family. Madam Speaker, we gather here with heavy hearts, feeling pain and sad on losing our brother. And we can only speak for what we feel about him. The late Jacob Oulanya was an all-round human being. he exhibited and exuded the Ubuntu spirit. He was a true human being. He taught many of us to be patient, even when you are provoked. As a leader, provocation is inevitable, but he taught us how to manage it. Right Honorable Jacob was a very brilliant person. His intellectual depth was phenomenal, and that's why we elected him, colleagues. He was not elected for affirmative action. He was not elected to represent this. He was elected because of his abilities. It doesn't matter which political party you are. If you are brilliant, you are brilliant. And if you are mediocre, you will be mediocre irrespective of which political party you belong to. Jacob was never a populist. He stood for the politics of the answer and not the anger. Underline that. And that's why we should take note of his counsel, as instructive as it was. Sharpen your arguments and not your voice. That was Jacob. Honorable colleagues, it is my appeal, as we celebrate his life, let's tolerate one another. Let's know that life is a the principle of the dead are not dead is true in our brother. Spiritually, he prepared his journey to heaven. And traditionally, I see Oulanya in the gift of his kids. Last night, Right Honorable Andrew Oulanya made us, comforted us. I saw a leader, and I heard his voice. He speaks like him. It is my prayer, without being controversial, that the people of Omoro see the leadership in Andrew. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. I want to recognize the bikers. The bikers where the late Honorable Jacob Oulanya was a member, have been there for us since the body arrived in Uganda. And the bikers are seated right out there, and one of them is inside here. Biker President, can you stand up? He's one of the bikers. I want to thank you so much for escorting our brother. Yes, Betty?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I come to mourn a brother who had dreams and hope for this country, a powerful force who understood that he could not stand alone, that he needed not only the people of northern Uganda, but he needed the people of Uganda and the people of the world for him to flourish. That is the brother we are honoring today. I was with him in Juba during the peace process, and I was the chairperson of the observer team of the people of northern Uganda, and I worked with him. But for Right Honorable Jacob, his principle, even when he was at the peace talk, he indicated that we need to engage. We need, because Kony had given us a condition that unless they removed, the ICC court had removed the arrest warrant, he would not sign the peace talk. And Oulanya came to me and said, my sister, we must do everything to ashame Joseph Kony so that if he does not sign, they don't say the people of northern Uganda did not work. Let us go to The Hague. We talked to the chief prosecutor, Ocampo. Let us go to UN Security Council. Let us go everywhere. And indeed, we moved everywhere. We went to The Hague. We went to New York at the UN Security Council. We did everything. And by the time, it would not be, no excuse would be given by Joseph Kony. And he gave us a... Let me just finish. That is when Joseph Kony refused to sign. However, the most important thing for us, for people of northern Uganda, we signed the cessation of hostility, agenda number 1, which he helped in drafting that agenda. And with that agenda, the soldiers and all the rebel groups were moved from northern Uganda to Owinyikibul in southern Sudan, and that was the beginning of peace in northern Uganda up to now. My brother, I want to say, history will reward your accomplishment, reward you for what you have done. Generations to come will read the contribution, accomplishment that you made for this country. Rest in peace.
Thank you, Betty. Daudi. Members, you're all going to speak. The whole day is dedicated to Jacob.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to extend my condolences to the people of Uganda, to you, the Chief Justice, the Deputy Speaker, and colleagues, upon the death of our dear brother, friend, and Speaker. Jacob was an effective and courageous Deputy Speaker and Speaker who instilled in us discipline of time management, the virtues of patience and respect, and mentored many to become better legislators. Colleagues, he never wanted this House to be consumed by pettiness, but by engaging in debates on service delivery and the destiny of our country. He wanted big and productive debates, and he insisted on evidence as a guide to quality debates. A legacy I'm glad to mention that the two speakers are following and carrying on. Colleagues, one of the greatest tragedies in life is to watch the demise of an unexhausted potential. What a tragedy that death has cut short the potential of our dear brother Jacob. Jacob had immense potential to transform this parliament into a center of service delivery and strengthen this institution into a source of justice and just law. Dr. Myers Munro, whom we invited in 2012 to speak to us at the National Prayer Breakfast, said, "The wealthiest spot on this planet is not the oil fields of Kuwait or the golds and diamonds of Africa, but they lie in our graveyard. The dreams that never came to pass and the purposes that never fulfilled." Right, Honorable Jacob? Just 1 minute of bringing parties in this House together in defense of our democracy. He believed that nothing should divide us because we, the people, had a common history and destiny. You remember when he won the speakership in May 2021, he said, "Ribo en teko," that unity is strength. So this is the potential that we will bury on Friday in Omoro. Colleagues, it is painful to go through this experience. It teaches us that in the words of the psalmist, to number our days, so that we may gain the wisdom to know that on this earth, all is vanity. It compelled us, as the scripture tells us in Proverbs 20:30, to learn how to change our ways. And finally, friends, can we use this experience to once again ask ourselves who we are and of our purpose and potential? May we endeavor each day of our time here on earth to use the potential in us to fulfill the purpose of working for the good of mankind and transformation of our country. May the soul of our brother Jacob rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Honorable Muhensi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members of Parliament, I bring condolences from the people of Rujumbura and Rukunjiri, and indeed my family, to His Excellency the President, to you, Right Honorable Speaker, to His Lordship, the Chief Justice, and to the people of Uganda. I would like wholeheartedly to add my voice in paying tribute to a gentle giant who has made immense contribution to this Parliament and this country at large. What pains me most about Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya is talking about him when he's lying here dead. I wish we said what we are talking about him when he was still alive and he knew what we think about him. Today, we pay well-deserved tributes to an outstanding debater whose oratory, skills, and eloquence graced this august house for so many years. His talent was so unique that one would wonder how God could bless a single person with all those attributes, being quick-witted, smart, both physically and intellectually, combined with an exceptional sense of humor. Lying before us today is a gentleman who was capable of lighting up a dull and boring event with stupendous humor and could get everyone cracking their ribs thereafter. And yet, even with this sense of humor, he was able to maintain a very high level of seriousness and relevance to the matter at hand. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to mention and applaud the national character that the late Jacob Oulanya demonstrated. I speak for everyone in this august house when I say that the late made friends across the entire political spectrum. This is no mean feat, given our sometimes very sharp political differences. Was campaigning to for northern Uganda, a campaign that was majorly conducted virtually. The late Oulanya made it a point to record a message in a language that could be understood in all the 4 regions of Uganda. Finally, I would like to salute the late Right Honorable Oulanya as a highly talented and knowledgeable lawyer. This parliament is guided among others by the laws, by the Constitution, our rules of procedure, and the Administration of Parliament Act. Oulanya's grasp of all these laws was unmatched. His career tells it all in the nutshell. From Guild Speaker to Member of Parliament to Chairperson of the highly demanding Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee to Deputy Speaker and Final Speaker. Honorable contribution to this great nation if he had stayed a little longer. However, God decided that he had made his contribution, and I now pray that we carry forward the mantle of leadership and emulate all the things late Jacob Oulanya held in high regard. Right Honorable Speaker, I condole with the family, the people of Omoro, Acholi, and the entire nation. May God rest him in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Jim. Honorable Nambose Betty. Jen, are you Nambose? Nambose Betty. Akelo Lucy. All of you are going to speak. Akelo Lucy Katuntu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Mukono Municipality, I wish to extend our condolences to the family. More so, Madam Speaker, it is a very, very difficult moment when an old man has to bury his son. And this is the condolences I'm extending to the father of our fallen speaker, the children, and all those people related to him, including the people of Omoro, whom he has represented in this house. We have had an opportunity to work under him for over 10 years now. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues have said what they have said, and I want to agree with them. But as I support this motion, I want to recall that a few years ago, Uganda thought about stopping what those people in foreign countries call medical tourism. And a company came here, Madam Speaker, and we guaranteed it. And the agreement was that within 2 years, we would have an hospital here in Uganda, and that from then on, Madam Speaker, from then onwards, we shall stop taking our own or even ourselves for treatment abroad. The last thing I heard about Rubowa is that they even chased away a committee of this house that had gone to assess the level of implementation. Madam Speaker, I therefore pray that this matter be brought back in this house, so that at least even when we have to lose our own, even when we have to die, let's die near our friends, near our relatives. Lastly, Madam Speaker, a case does not die. If the minister stood here and said that Right Honorable Speaker Oulanya was nursing trauma and marks of torture from an attack by his own security people in the country. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Nambose, there was no issue of torture. It was a strike at the university. Don't put words in the minister's statement. It was nothing in regard with the torture.
I'm guided, Right Honorable Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I was suggesting that it is high time an inquest be put up so that this country can once and for all deal with the issue of the poison scare in this country, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I am also glad that Honorable Betty is one of those beneficiaries who has been taken out by Parliament for treatment. And the point she's raising is the point she's raising is very, very important on the issue of Lubowa Hospital. Lubowa Hospital must be worked on.
Thank you.
Lucy?
Yes, Mayor. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Lucy Katuntu.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. On behalf of the people of Amuru District, the Catholic Chaplaincy, and on my own behalf, allow me pay my tribute to a brother and a friend. Madam Speaker, I got to know Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya when I was a student in Makerere. He had come to officiate over the handover ceremony of the Acholi Makerere Student Association. I was impressed by how he spoke and inspired. Today I am in the August House thanks to him. Thank you, my brother. I want to say that Jacob was a man who loved his family. I remember there's a time I went to his office and he said, my sister, you are going to wait because I have to take a cake for my daughter in school. And he left all of us there and ran to take a cake for the daughter. And I'm assuming this daughter must be a team. And that is how much he loved his family. He was a pro-life man. And may he continue to fight for the children even when he's in heaven. Another thing, he stood for the common man and woman. I remember how he stood strongly about the issue of nodding syndrome. Madam Speaker, as we pay tribute to Jacob Oulanya, and I urge government, the center, the nodding syndrome center in Omoro, let me just conclude on this, that has gone to dust. May we resurrect this center and make it work if we are to really remember the good work of the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya for the sake of the thousands of the nodding syndrome children in northern Uganda who are suffering and dying every day. This was something he was very passionate about, and as a parliament, we need to set aside money for these children so that they also live like human beings. Rest in peace, my brother.
Haji Katuntu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to eulogize a brother, a friend I have known for 34 years. I don't know how many people in these chambers have known the late Jacob Oulanya for as long as I have, but they are not many. And on that account, Right Honorable Speaker, I request that you give me an extra 2 minutes to tell you what I know about Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker, in 1988, I was a second year at university. I met 2 men, one very tiny and short. Later on, I came to know that that very tiny and short man was coming from Namiriango, and he had been a head prefect. Another one, a little bit tallish, with a jacket, and I later came to learn he was Jacob Oulanya. At that time, the Uganda People's Congress officials were recruiting us students to participate in students' politics. And that's how I and Jacob Oulanya were recruited in student politics. And we are all members of the Uganda People's Congress. We are recruited by Professor Kagenda Atwoch, the late Akiki Mujaji, the late Patrick Mwonda, Ben Watcher. Later on, we met the Honorable Kelo Kelo and the Honorable Abede Gongom. And of course, Yona Kanyomos. They took us to Uganda House to meet the boss then, who was a very patronizing woman, and she has remained patronizing up today. And she just seated right behind me, the Honorable Cecily Ogwal, who was now the Assistant Secretary General of UPC. We indulged in student politics. We became members of the Gidi Representative Council, the Students' Parliament. The late Jacob competed for speakership like I had competed and lost to a certain Ngabo, but he competed and beat somebody looking at me now. The late Jacob Oulanya's second election at university, he beat somebody I'm looking at now, who is now a clerk of parliament, the former Minister of Defense, the Honorable Adolf Mwesige. But let me tell you one thing. The other short man I was talking about and Jacob, if you met them at that time, you would dismiss them until they opened their mouth then you would know these guys were obscenely intelligent. Obscenely intelligent. And they were orators. But let me tell you one thing about Jacob. Him and that short gentleman, I'm not going to mention that short gentleman's name because
Mao.
It's called Mao. Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, Robert Mao was then a member of the Democratic Party, which has remained up to now rising to being the president. Jacob Oulanya was a member of Uganda People's Congress like me. He eventually became NRM, but you would not separate them. That is Jacob. Political persuasion did not in any way affect their personal relationship. Then I asked myself, what is this that divides us? That you quarrel, you fight? I think that's the biggest lesson you have to learn from Oulanya. That even me, when I left UPC, actually I left him there, and I went some other place. Though I have since then left that place, now I'm in self-isolation. Up from that time, we are together. And the late Jacob Oulanya left Uganda Peoples and joined the National Resistance Movement, rising up to being a vice chairman of the party. Jacob was a very courageous person. He was intelligent and he was magnanimous. Honorable colleagues, do you remember on the day he was elected the speaker? Do you remember that speech? Because you see, if you win, you reach out to the vanquished. And that's what he did. There are very few winners who apologize to the people they have beaten. Oulanya did. That's the gentleman lying in that casket. What more would you need of a leader? We joined this parliament same day in June 2001. When I look around, there are not many of us still around anyway. Honorable Cooper, Honorable Mafabi there, Honorable Amos, Honorable Anyamayo, our senior, and you took even a sabbatical. Honorable Anifa, no, we are the only ones. And I can tell you for all these years from 2001, we've worked closely with Jacob. Jacob is not, whether you annoy him today, tomorrow he'll call you in the office and you sort matters out. And that's where it will end. Not that we did quarrel. Honorable colleagues, we used to quarrel with the late Jacob. Very, by the way, big quarrels. One time we were quarreling about how the UPC government fell. And I was accusing some people and he was accusing others. And we clashed. We took like around 3 or 4 days without talking. Then eventually we met and we went to his office. Let me tell you, Honorable Oulanya is a man you can rely on. He's a man you could rely on. Jacob, I can spend the whole day talking about you, but you are gone anyway. You are gone. Right Honorable Speaker, what lesson do we get for those of us who have lived with Jacob? One, be courageous. One, you can rise. You can rise. Jacob rose from nothing in the NRM as a recruit up to vice chairman. What more would you need? That is Jacob, very brilliant and very courageous. But even then, Jacob had a sense of humility. You not see when you interact with him that this is the big man. Yes, he was a little bit pompous, especially with his bow tie. Very smart. He was smart both figuratively and physically. But Jacob did not despise anybody. Even when you had what he thought was a judgment, he would find a way of putting humor into it and say, let us engage. And that's what leaders should be. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are burying, or we are going to bury one of the best leaders this country will ever have. It was an honor for me to know you, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. May your soul rest in peace till we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Katuntu. Please switch on your, not Nathan. There's a lady, yes. Nathan, you can speak while seated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the 6.5 million persons with disabilities in this country, I'd like to bring our condolences to especially the family of the fallen Speaker of Parliament. I'm going to say one thing, that for the few months that I have known the Right Honorable Speaker, he was a reflection of Proverbs 11, which says, pride comes before a fall, but the humble are full of wisdom. That is my only explanation of who the late Jacob was. I can't forget when I walked into his office and he got off from his chair, pulled a chair for me, we talked, I was going out, carried my bag, walked me to the door. I have never seen such a humble man. I want to appeal to us as leaders. If you are at the level of Jacob Oulanya, would you still be humble? When you're in a public office, and what is killing our public officers is pride. When people get one escort, they don't look at other people like they're human beings. When people are shown public officers, they can't even say hello to the people they are seated next to. Leaders of this country, if we can be humble, God will give us the wisdom that Jacob had. But if we remain proud, we shall fall and shame shall be on us. I want to say that people in public offices, that those offices are temporary. You will not stay in those offices for the rest of your lives. Be humble.
Rich.
Accept people the way they come. Those who are rich, those who are poor, those who are dressed in rags, when they come to those offices, they are public offices. Put your pride aside, because God has given you that office for a period of time. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Rest in peace, Jacob.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Nathan. Mama Mavenjina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sorry I'm allergic to mask, please. I have not been putting on mask. Madam Speaker.
Nathan, can you put on a mask? You're allergic?
I'm allergic to it.
Okay.
I'm sorry about it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to join my colleagues to mourn a Ugandan. I met him in 2001, but I found him a good steward. A man whose culture of timekeeping had no boundaries. The man who believed that you should not say she, he, they, but we Ugandans. He taught us that we should behave like Americans. That an attack on one American, all of them. Ugandans, we don't have it. We are here in political lines. But Oulanya was special. Oulanya was special. Oulanya was one person who could not to see anybody, treated everybody equally. And I would want all of us treat other people the way you want to be treated. And at the end of the day, every dog has its day. Some people have had it because of not being fair to others. And what can we do to him? It is to emulate him, to do what he used to want. For example, Oulanya came up in 2001 when we had induction, which we haven't been able to have. And I appeal to you, if you want to remember Oulanya, let's have an induction so that this. We are lucky that we still have good Ugandans. Honorable Ben Wacha, Mau, Winnie Byanyima, and many others, Okero. These people can take us through. They will take us through the etiquette and decorum of Parliament. I appeal to you members that this gentleman is not the usual Ugandan. Some of you trade on simple, trivial things, but he had the bigger things. And he said, quality of debate. And you will not get a good quality of debate unless you have been inducted. There are some senior people believe that we are all equal. We are not. There are some better people in the areas. It's something he told to me. Byanyima never come from one sessional committee to another, remain in one and be a specialist. Don't jump from one to another, because there is life after Parliament. So after Parliament, after being in the Committee of Agriculture, you will be an expert, although you could not have qualifications. But people jump from one committee to another one. He was in 2 committees, legal and parliamentary, and rules and procedure, and he excelled. So I appeal to you, Madam Speaker, that spare some time and money, let these members who are very willing to and vigorous to run, so that they can be taken through an induction and we become one, and unity of this Parliament should be something that we should pay him. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. And remember, as I said at the beginning, as Parliament of Uganda, we had to forego a number of programs in the name of trying to save the life of our leader. And on that note, we are going to have orientation in 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time we'll have orientation, now that we have fought the fight which we have lost. Kanungu. Mama Mavenjina, then Kanungu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to apologize our great son, our great leader who is lying before us. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I got to know the late Honorable Jacob Oulanya in 1991, not in the university, as others have already said, but I was invited by my sister to come and cook for their graduation party. And my sister is the mother of Frank Nigel Utembi, who is the director of the Law Development Center. In 1991, the 4 of them graduated together. That is the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, Frank Nigel Utembi, Frank Olok Asabasi, and Honorable Norbert Mao. And so I was selected to be their chief cook, while my sister accompanied them to Makerere. So I did my best. I cooked very nicely. After graduation, they all came to Bukoto, and we enjoyed the celebration together with them. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in the 6th Parliament, that is 1996, when I joined the Parliament of Uganda, the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya and his late wife Dorothy used to attend the same fellowship with me in Fairway Hotel, and General Eli Tumwine was a member of that fellowship, Mama Grace Kiria was a member of that fellowship, and Honorable Tim Luanga, Honorable Tim Kruta, and Paul Chama, to mention but a few. We used to pray together, and that is how I got to know Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, as our Vice Chairperson for NRM Northern Uganda, did a lot of work. He mobilized tirelessly for NRM. He mobilized tirelessly for all of us. That is how, in northern Uganda, majority of the members of parliament came on NRM ticket. It was because of the effort of Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. His Excellency the President, for the first time, got very overwhelming support in northern Uganda because of the tireless effort of Right Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, when he was meeting us in Arua for the last time of the last leg of the mobilization, he advised all of us and said we should not allow NRM party to sleep again because we had gone a very long way. He said we as cadres must always be available to do the work of NRM, using our own resources, sacrificing our time and effort to put our party to go ahead. Right Honorable did a lot of work, and I want to thank His Excellency the President and all of you, Madam Speaker, are not ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My condolences to His Excellency the President of Uganda, to you, Honorable Right Speaker, and all members in this House. I want to first thank God and the people of Kanungu who gave me an opportunity to be part of 11th Parliament, where I met Jacob Oulanya. I'm delighted to have met Jacob Oulanya. He was such a professional force in this House and in Uganda, and to be part of his mobilization team, which saw him to become our Speaker of the 11th Parliament. Every time I met Honorable Right Jacob Oulanya in this Parliament, he would stop and call me and say, thank you for being who you were. People underestimate your capacity, and he told me, and he always encouraged me, never to change who I am because I'm in this Parliament. He always say you are stronger than people look at you. I pray his legacy continues with such an impeccable reputation, and I pray that God gives you comfort where you are. You have hiked your best mountain, and I pray that you sleep well. My prayers and condolences from the people of Kanungu. Rest well, Jacob Oulanya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And honorable colleagues.
Korefi, you're going to speak. You like complaining.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to send my condolences and those of the people of Kampala Central for the loss of a gallant soldier of this country. The Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya has a number of attributes well known to most of us. For those that were in contest with him and also worked with him, we have a lot of stories to tell. In 2016, myself was involved in a contest for deputy speakership with the late. He's someone worth a contest. You could never hear any single word of negativity coming out of him or of blackmail. He's a man, even after his victory, he extended his hand towards me and called me into his office. And he said, Mohammed, this is our office. We are all vying for this office. Whatever you need from me, you'll get it. Whenever he would get trips, he would extend to me invitations and say, brother, if you want to go with me, it's available. Then it was your discretion. The last trip we shared together with the late was in 2020 when we went to Montpellier in France.
And then he was sourcing for cheaper energy, cheap and clean energy. A place, Right Honorable Speaker, where to put solar panels and generate over 100 megawatts of power for this country. Oulanya, the late today, you'll be known as a unifier, as a patriotic gentleman, as a great sportsman, but as someone who used to say no and yes. Right Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, his no was no, and his yes was yes. He used to address me in this house as our landlord. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as the landlord, please, remember to accord me a second. He used to say, landlord, please say something. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, as Oulanya departs, we must sympathize with this family. The late father, no parent would like to look into the grave of his son. The children, and I would like to applaud you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the path you set, that we should carry on the responsibility of taking care of the children of the late, and the trust fund for education of the children, because that is the best we can reward with a gentleman of his character in the life and the hereafter. May your soul rest in eternal peace, Right Honorable. You are such a great man and a leader.
Thank you, landlord. The house, kindly bear with me. Just know that we are balancing the house. And Honorable Chivombi, but before he speaks, Honorable Oulanya is survived with the 8 children. As Parliament, let's accept within ourselves that we take responsibility of those 8 children. If you really love the Oulanya, those become children of Parliament of Uganda. Let's take responsibility of that. Haj.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to associate myself.
Members, a kind reminder, the body will sleep here. Kindly join us to stay overnight with the body.
Right Honorable Speaker, I join the rest of my colleagues to pay tribute to our mentor, our brother, and a gallant son of this country. For us to say that Honorable Oulanya died too soon can only be a true notion. Right Honorable Oulanya, I think, in my humble view, the country was yet to see the finest Oulanya, because we are yet to see him as the head of this institution, and I think he was well primed to serve this country to the best of his ability. But in Oulanya, we learn a few things. Right Honorable Speaker, I've seen you and the Deputy Speaker sending us to harmonize on contentious issues. That is the legacy of Honorable Oulanya. He started that culture, not on one or two occasions. When matters are so contentious, he would say, can you retreat and find and establish a common ground? And that is something we need to carry forward as an institution. I think it will be in his honor. 2, it also tells us that while we are in public life, those of us who have spent a little bit of our whole life in public life, there are things that we should always care about. Like Honorable Mao, Honorable Oulanya, like some of us, started politics at a youthful age. And while you do that, you can recall that could have affected his life was an injury he got as a student leader. He wasn't demonstrating to be in the university. He was there on govt, that the poorest of the poor can still access university. It's because of that demonstration that we still have government sponsorship in public universities. Government had decided to ensure that public education should be privately sponsored. I'd like to honor them and commit that we shall continue with the fight and that we shall have a better country and we shall struggle for Uganda to stand as a nation. That is something we owe this country. It was put together by colonialists. Let us avoid hibernating in our own tribal. I'm a chairperson of Buganda Caucus. I can only justify my stay as a chairperson by bringing Uganda to Uganda, not taking Uganda out of Uganda.
Thank you, Honorable Mwanga. In the public gallery, we have Honorable Nancy Marona, former Member of Parliament, Honorable Nusrat Tiperu, former Member of Yala and a current Ambassador of Turkey. You're most welcome. Honorable Grace Bagaya, former Member of Parliament of Nakasongola, welcome. Honorable Amoit Mariam, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Kataike Sara, you're welcome. Honorable Captain John Emily Etekat, former MP, you're most welcome. Honorable Anifa Kaoya. Honorable Anifa Den Kalule.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. I do also stand here to condole with the rest of the family, relatives, and the President and the country at large at the loss of our dear Speaker, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speakers, they have said, I'm one of the people in this house, especially the female ladies that has been privileged to be here for some time. So I have known the late Right Honorable Jacobo as a mentor, and I know members, our colleagues, the new ones, will definitely miss his mentorship, but I'm happy that we got the Right Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker who have been privileged to his mentorship. Honorable late Jacobo Oulanya, his humor, especially in this house when it came to new members of Parliament, was unmatchable. He would encourage us always to be conversant with the rules of procedure. Even if you stood up and you were irrelevant in your presentation, he would be kind and polite enough to say, allow the member to deliver his maiden speech. He would not embarrass anybody. That's how he built confidence in all of us. He encouraged us to stand here and ensure that you have the right to talk, whether what you are talking is meaningful, as long as you have talked. And the next time we'll call you and say, this is how things are done. Other than confidence building, he had wanted all of us in this Parliament to balance the old, the new, those who have been here for a long time like me, and those who came for the first time, to show their capacity and capability while they are people's representatives. We ensured that we accorded each and all of us time, and he had time for us in the office. And I want to assure you, Right Honorable Speaker, the few months you have been here, you are definitely showed that he mentored you. Personally, I was touched. I was sworn in May 2021, and I was competing for the highest position on the African continent as a vice president for all Pan-African parliaments on the African continent. I was sponsored by the Speaker then and Parliament and government, and I went. I reached in Pan-African Parliament, I was sworn in for a second time. As I was doing my last time, I was called here to become a minister. I was sworn in a third time. When I met him, he said, you see, patience pays. You were struggling, you have been sworn in 3 times than me, your speaker. He says, how do you feel? I said, Right Honorable Speaker, patience of course pays, because God's ways is not our ways. My friend, my mentor, may your soul rest in eternal peace.
Flavia. Thank you very much, Madam Right Honorable Speaker. Today I stand here to remember the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Oulanya as a man who was a huge advocate for women empowerment. In his words, he said, if a girl, right from her first 1,000 days of life, if a girl is given all resources, right from her first 1,000 days of life, that girl will grow up to challenge patriarchy and all the powers wielded against her. Right Honorable Speaker, as we stand here today, we have so many issues that battle and fight. The backlash against women's empowerment is real in this country. But I am glad to say that the Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Oulanya, who is lying here with us, recognized that women's economic empowerment was not only the right thing to do, but also the core development and smart objective in this country. And it is no wonder, no surprising, that he was educating a number of girls across the country. So with that women's advancement on gender equality, I call upon this august House to once again revamp and reopen the conversation on the marriage and divorce bill in this country, so that we can be able to help women and girls out there. Finally, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was a person that I was looking forward so much to learning from, because he was a mentor in his speeches, in his plenary, when he was presiding over plenary. He mentored us, especially the new MPs, and protected us against senior colleagues bullying us as we were making our speeches plenary. So I learned a lot from him, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you very much.
The senior member who was bullying the members, Honorable Segona. Then we have Minister of Lands, Northern Uganda, Foreign Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in my history, bullying stopped in 1991 when I was in Senior 1 and a student was killed in Namiryango. So for the record, I am a peacemaker and I do not encourage bullying. Colleagues, we congregate today to celebrate the life of our brother because it is worth our celebration. We are not here to celebrate the life of Lokori Jacob Oulanya, who I fondly refer to as Ladit, because we are doing a ceremony. But we are doing this as something we owe a man of his personality. Ladit Jacob Oulanya is somebody I knew when I was in high school. I was first attracted to his brain when he handled the case of Candida Lakony, the woman who had been mistreated in a barracks. I admired Jacob as a defense lawyer. At that time, I had nursed ambitions of being a lawyer, and I can say that the ambition was reactivated by the cross-examination of Jacob Oulanya as against some lieutenant who had been pictured doing the abominable act on that lady. While I was in Makere as Speaker of Makere Law Society,
I was tasked to organize a symposium at which I invited the Honorable Jacob Oulanya. He came and spoke to us. Right Honorable Speaker, I think someone was unfairly getting me off the microphone, having said I'm senior and I've spoken for long. And since that time, we became friends, and our name for each other was Ladit, as you have witnessed. And Ladit, amongst us, the Luo, is a friend. I have been telling people that I have very close roots from Coach Goma in Nwaya. And I always teased him that I am more Luo than him. The Honorable Ladit Jacob Oulanya was an intelligent man. And it is such people that we need to lead this country. We both agreed that this country does not need strong men, but intelligent, compassionate, and caring leaders. In him, we have missed that kind of leader. I said we are not mourning because he has carried the cross. He has fought his fight and won the battle. He's therefore worth our celebration. Before I conclude, because we have very limited time, permit me, Right Honorable Speaker, to bring you condolences and the family, first, of course, from the people of Busiro County East, but more officially from the Afro-Pac leaders, where I represent this country as Vice Chairman of the Association of African Chairpersons for Public Accounts Committees, from the sub-regional network of AirPac, that is the East Africa, the SADC, which is the South African region, and WAPAC, as you know, the West African region, who have jointly conveyed condolences to you, Right Honorable Speaker, to this Parliament, and to the family of the late Honorable Jacob Oulanya. Finally, if there is nothing we can get from the passing of the Honorable Oulanya, let us get one thing: to be united as a country. Jacob Oulanya told us one day that when you enter a public office, your journey out of that public office begins. If only we could understand that, Uganda would be, and I believe will be, a better place for us and for our children and generations in the future. I join the Vice President in agreeing that this is a motion worth our support, and I support the motion without reservation. I thank you, and may my brother rest in eternal peace.
Thank you so much, Honorable Segona, the senior bully.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand here to support the motion by Her Excellency, the Vice President, which was supported by all members of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, condolences to you, the Speaker of Parliament, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and Ugandans at large. Right Honorable Speaker, the leader lying before us has been a unique leader. The Jacob Oulanya I knew was a man who would always listen to whoever went to his office. He was there to guide us. He was there to encourage us. And he was there to always support us in the course of our work. Right Honorable Speaker, one thing I remember about Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, he was a patron of the Children's Forum. I was an executive member of that forum. He used to support matters to do with children. And no wonder that even practically he has been helping a number of children by educating them. He helped us a lot in passing the bill on child sacrifice, the amendment on Children's Act. He was a brain behind who would always encourage members, meet them, give us views, and also lobbied most of you members to enable us have those bills passed in Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honourable
Honourable Grace.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and my condolence goes to you, goes to His Excellency the President, goes to the people of Northern Uganda. We have lost a great icon of peace and unity, one who loves people. That's why he is always referred to as Dano Padano, a man of the people. As far as unity is concerned, if you go to his home, where you will be on Friday, he has built 2 churches, a Catholic church on one side, a Protestant church on another side, in a distance of less than 100 meters, meaning that even in religion, we can be united. He's a great human rights activist, always fronting the girl child and women's empowerment. We worked with him in Northern Uganda. During the campaigns, he was very visible, always arriving at campaign venues in style, with energy, singing or blowing his horn, dancing. He was a great man of peace. He lived a holistic life. He visited the whole of Northern Uganda when we were consulting to see if we can get Nusa 4, because poverty was still prevalent in Northern Uganda. And he always said, we can do it differently. We can always do it differently. And I want to thank the government, the cabinet, that it has allowed Nusa 4 to take root. He's always in peace. When you meet him, he's welcoming, he's saying thank you, he's saying I'm sorry, he's saying excellent. I remember when I gave my report, when I was chair of the Public Service and Local Government, he told me, excellent, excellent report. And you feel good that you can be appreciated by a leader. Under the leadership of Her Excellency the Vice President, we are mobilizing funds, which we shall give to the Education Fund, and we shall do it in time. He preached in many of his occasions at the last moment, and he told us, leaders of Northern Uganda, be as busy as a bee, make honey, which will bring people together. Don't be as busy as a fly, which will bring filth. And so we take it from him that we shall follow his footsteps. Right Honorable, rest in peace for God and my country.
Thank you. Foreign Affairs. Foreign Affairs, then a woman MP of Omoro. Members, you're going to speak.
Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Oulanya.
You have a procedure matter?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It is true that in the African culture, the in-laws speak last. And I've looked at the composition of this parliament and the composition of Uganda as well. All regions have been well represented, apart from the region of the in-laws. So could it be procedure right that after the Honourable Minister is done, the in-laws also have something to say? Thank you.
In the African culture, in-laws speak last. And we will appreciate you for giving us a woman from Bogisu. And the senior in-law is seated next to Honorable Mbayo. Senior in-law, you will speak last, and we'll thank you for giving us a wife. And indeed, Honorable Oulanya was a nationalist. He was born of Olango, domiciled in Acholi, married in Bugisu. So, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Oulanya. Madam Speaker, Oulanya is not responding anymore. Oulanya voice will not be heard in this house. Oulanya will not respond to calls of his name. Oulanya lies in this house, having left us. I have spoken so much about Oulanya, just like you said that the other day that you will not cry anymore about Oulanya. Madam Speaker, I don't want to speak much to give opportunities for others. But I just want to pick one thing and then extend my appreciations. Oulanya was born in Acholi, but Oulanya was beyond being an Acholi. Beyond. By the time Oulanya died, Oulanya was Teso, Langi, you name it. Even he was a Zambian, a Kenyan, a European, everywhere. There is nobody that I've come across in my life for 63 years in this world, 62 in this world, whom I've come across like Jacob Oulanya. Oulanya, in all pieces, was not a relative of mine. Not a relative in iota, not a relative of mine. But if Oulanya has daughters, but I could not even allow my son to think of marrying Oulanya's family. Because we were that close. We were like relatives. And I would feel it embarrassing that my children could marry, or I could marry into Oulanya's family. He was that character who was above everything. When I met Oulanya, in the hospital, visited Oulanya in Dubai hospital. And Oulanya would not tell us his challenges. I told Oulanya, you are no more Oulanya. You are the property of the people of Uganda. You belong to the world. You have a responsibility to them. And that's what Oulanya was by the time I died. I want to just thank God. I want to thank God for giving us this wonderful man, wonderful brother, giving his children a wonderful father, giving his father a wonderful son. I want to thank God for giving this parliament Jacob Oulanya during our lifetime. I am glad that God, in his wisdom, gave me to be born at a time and be in this parliament at a time when Oulanya was in this parliament. I think I would have regretted if ever I came to parliament after Oulanya was dead in this parliament. And those who will come after us will have missed the opportunity to have been served by a man of all men, a giant of all giants. I want to thank God for the life of Oulanya. I want to thank his father for the life of Oulanya. I want to thank him, Madam Speaker, for the life of Oulanya. I want to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda for Oulanya. Colleagues, friends, members of parliament, I want to thank every single one of you for what love you have shown for Oulanya, for what respect you showed for Oulanya. I want to thank this country, those who stood by the roadside when Oulanya came to this country, those who spoke, cried in their houses Those who never even met Oulanya, never even met Oulanya, but they're shedding tears out there, shedding tears. By just having watched this man on television, see his behavior. I wish my father was like that. I want to grow up and be like that man. I want to thank every single one of you. God bless every single one of you. Every single one of you in your capacities for being so generous to this wonderful son of our brother that God gave us. Madam Speaker, give me the opportunity to thank the governments of different countries, especially the United States government. I want to thank the U.S. ambassador and the deputy U.S. ambassador for their going out of their way, really going out of their way, beyond their duty and obligation, to process expeditiously matters that related to Oulanya being able to go to Seattle. Their visas, special clearance for the aircrafts, special clearance for the delegation, special clearance for the crew. The United States government, through the embassy of the United States government here, did everything possible to expedite at every single moment beyond working hours so that Oulanya could be expeditiously flown out of this country. And giving the Uganda Airlines special status and special registration to go into that country, otherwise it would have been impossible. We have a delegations who will be coming to Uganda. We have delegations coming from Tanzania, we have delegations coming from Kenya, the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. We have delegations coming from Zambia, the East African Legislative Assembly sending delegations, Burundi is facing legislations, the South Sudan Embassy sending delegations. We have these delegations of close to 100 who are coming to bury Oulanya from outside the country. And I believe that members of the diplomatic community in Uganda will also come to see Oulanya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless every one of you. May the spirit and the soul of my brother live in eternal peace. Amen.
Thank you, Woman Member of Parliament, Omoro, Nantaba. Woman Member of Parliament.
Right,
Omoro.
Honorable Speaker, and dear colleagues, I want to fully associate myself to the motion that was raised by the Vice President, seconded by the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the man we're speaking about, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, was a colleague in the constituency. Madam Speaker, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was a big brother. I got to know Jacob Oulanya first hearing about him through my father during that time when they were congressmen. Madam Speaker, the man whose body is lying before us here lifeless today, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, was a great man. He achieved his greatness through hard work. When he was in the 9th Parliament, Madam Speaker, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya advocated and lobbied because he was very passionate about services reaching the common man on the ground at the grassroots. He pushed hard and created Tochi County out of Omoro County in Gulu District then. Shortly after that, Madam Speaker, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, still because of him being very passionate about the common man at the grassroots, he again lobbied government and made sure Omoro District was created out of Gulu District in 20. Madam Speaker, the man we are speaking about here today rose to greatness through hard work. As a district, we mourn him, but also we will dearly miss him as a father. He contributed a lot to the establishment of Omoro District, but he was very passionate about the issue of education of the children, health, economic transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Omoro District, I want to say that when we look at the issue of cancer in our country, our brother got stolen away from us by death, and the cause, among others, was clearly spelled by Dr. Jenna Cheng as cancer. It is my appeal that government needs to fast-track the establishment of the Cancer Institute in Omoro District, which is at the moment limping, Madam Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be grateful as Omoro District if special attention is put into the establishment of a fully fledged nodding syndrome center in the region, Madam Speaker, because it really stood for this. And finally, Madam Speaker, you've heard about the trust fund. On behalf of the people of Omoro District, we will be very grateful if colleagues stand with us and the whole country in establishing this trust fund. Right Honorable Speaker, the man we are speaking about here today, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, was great, not because he had too much money, but because he was able to touch so many lives in this country. And Madam Speaker, you are aware that because he valued life more than money, he even faced ridicule while he was in the hospital bed suffering and fighting for his life by those who value money more than life. The Right Honorable Speaker stood so much and valued relationship. And that is why even here in Parliament, if I may conclude, Madam Speaker, even here, whenever there are issues of national concerns that really needs urgent attention in the constituency, whenever I consult him, the Right Honorable Speaker, to raise it as a matter of national concern or take on a minister on the floor, he would advise, we better go diplomatic. He was a man who valued relationship. And Right Honorable Speaker, it is my prayers that from his legacy, from his good attributes of life, as a parliament, we need to carry forward what our son, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, stood for. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people of Omoro, I want to thank honorable colleagues for standing with us. I want to thank very much the people of Uganda for standing with us. I want to thank so much government in a particular way for standing with us. We will be very much appreciative if our son is accorded the most befitting burial. Right Honorable Speaker, we look forward to meeting you all in Omoro. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Nantaba. Nyachi. Nantaba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for according me this time to pay tribute to our fallen leader, a brother and a friend. Right Honorable, the late Right Jacob Oulanya, now lying before us, whose journey we are celebrating.
Put on a mask.
Whose journey we are celebrating, whose life we are celebrating, and whose journey...
She has a problem with the mask.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for bearing with me. Right Honorable, a life to celebrate and a journey to remember. I personally will remember our fallen brother for reasons. In this country, we have all heard of the so-called mafias, and many of us have faced the wrath of these mafias in our term of service. Right Honorable, I happened to have faced them, and at that point I realized that it's always important that we should have leaders leading this parliament who are objective and independent-minded. And that was Jacob Oulanya. Because I learned in 2012 when I was appointed the Minister of State Lands, when these mafias realized I was going to take them on, they had to open up a serious fight. And they infiltrated and influenced the leadership of this house to block that appointment until such a time when Jacob had to step in and say enough is enough. I will not allow external forces to influence the leadership of this house, and I will make decisions independently. And that's how he managed to allow us to serve our nation in the capacities that had been designated to us. And that's why and how I'll always remember him, for standing and for making independent decisions. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, this country has a fully fledged medical board. And according to the Minister of Health's report about Oulanya's health, I read in between the lines that those competent doctors knew that Oulanya's time was drawing nigh. And if they knew it, that whole jet had the space to accommodate his family. I have learned that it was so painful for him to die miles away from his closest family members. How I wish they had accommodated them, maybe to have them at his last hour. Next time, it could be me, it could be you. Let us always consider the feelings of those close by, especially in our families, to always be close when we are seeing and breathing our last. I thank you, Right Honorable, and on behalf of the people of Kayunga, I condole with the family and convey our sincere message.
Thank you. In the gallery, we have councillors from Soroti City Council. We have Councillor Okelo Daniel. You're most welcome. We have Mr. Korapot Silva Edoku. You're welcome. These are from represented by Bwali Jonathan, Annette Nakato. Honorable Rukari after Annette.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Kazo, Budiope East.
I join the rest of the colleagues and the entire country to mourn the great man, the late Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, condolences from beyond the district. I want to say the following three things. One, I want to appreciate you for being a caring mother, because you looked for the late Right Honorable Speaker even when he was in his last pains. I want also to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Mau for being a genuine friend, and our Chief Justice for being genuine friends to the late Honorable. Lastly, the previous election of the speakership left Busoga divided. I want to call upon the members from Busoga region that the cause is now no more. I call upon that let us join and become one. It is not a war for anybody to decide and choose to defend or to support a side. May I join the rest of the friends and wish the fallen great man rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Don't echo. That is a maiden speech. Rukari, Honorable Rukari.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I come here to speak on behalf. Thank you. I come here to speak on behalf of the people of Mbara State North. I have like 5 hearts to talk about the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. One, I'm a member of the club of over 32 years with Jacob from Makerere University. The incident that is commonly talked about, known as the Black Monday, that incident happened when Jacob engaged with security. I was like 4 or 5 meters away. Jacob as my guild president. They've talked about him as a very good speaker. His oratory values were unchallengeable. But I came to be friends with Jacob because of Chairman Mao up here. In the 90s, when they started their chamber, Jacob Oulanya and Onaria, around Buganda Road, Jacob started being my personal lawyer. Jacob joining politics. In all Jacob's campaigns, I was funding Jacob Oulanya. I have done businesses with Jacob. He was not a business person. I am the only one that would force Jacob to do businesses. I beg your pardon. Jacob as a member of SEC. For us in SEC, he was a beacon of hope. You agree SEC is the Central Executive Committee of the mighty NRM. Once we caucus with Jacob Oulanya in a small group, before the principal or any other person, you know Jacob Oulanya will push our ideas of what we want. Jacob Oulanya as my friend and my brother. In the evening hours of Jacob, I've been going to Jacob's home all the time. But what I have heard from colleagues and other people, Jacob Oulanya had self-sacrifice, like a savior. Because for human beings, in the last month, when you would see Jacob walking, none of us, if any, would do it. When you would go to his bedroom and you are with him, and the person who was outside smiling, you would get worried. However, I last met him physically in December at around 10 a.m. in his home, in his bedroom. We had just traveled, like a week before we had traveled to Ofono Pondo's home with Chairman Mao and others. We found them there. I flew with him in a private jet. Because of his time, I delayed. I found him seated in the plane, and he ridiculed me that Ambassador Kari, which ambassadors you're supposed to keep time. But we traveled, went to Muranda, came back. He would be smiling, even dancing yoreng at the function. We come back at home. You don't see anything until he has entered his bedroom. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, in his bedroom, he told me like 2 or 3 times. And when he would say it, he would walk away. That Robert, but my children. That Robert, but my children. 3 times. And he would walk away and come back and change the topic. And I regret why I would not engage him then. I've just seen it, the signal he was sending to us, and I'm happy with the foundation we started to contribute for his children. With those many words, he cut across all sub-regions. We are brothers, and may God rest him in eternal peace.
Thank you, Robert, and I really want to thank Chairman Mao for being a true friend, and CJ, thank you for being true friends to Jacob. And talked about Kazo, Budiope East, Oulanya.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Neda Leon.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I join the rest of my colleagues to extend my condolences to the country and the people of Omoro County. Right Honourable Speaker, it has been 14 days or 16 now of very painful experience of mourning our leader, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. However, at some point when you reflect, you feel a sense of hope. A sense of hope that when there is a deficit of honest leaders, we can have one theologize and say he was a honest leader. A sense of hope when we have high tribal undertones, we can eulogize one and say he was a unifier and a nationalist. A great sense of hope that we are talking about a person who embraced transformational politics. That from UPC he fits well in NRM, and even within NRM he ascends to the highest level of leadership. And everyone appreciates him as a great leader. That is the hope that even amidst great pain, some of us feel, and it resurrects our soul to believe that greater things are yet to come. Right Honourable Speaker, I was following keenly when we are bringing the body of our leader from Entebbe Airport. There is something spectacular that came out. The adorable people standing on the highway, the road of Entebbe Road, to wave to the Right Honourable Speaker. It demonstrated love and acceptability. How I wish leaders emulate this. Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to congratulate you that for the very first time, you have had the first bench full. I wish they continue to do this in the remembrance of our foreign speaker. But very finally, Right Honourable Speaker, how I wish that the spirit of Right Honourable Oulanya keeps us awake and we end medical tourism in this country. Right Honourable Speaker, there are very few people who can afford what Right Honourable has gone through his medical journey. We have talked about Rubowa, we can talk about other facilities, but it is time that if Parliament, 11th Parliament, even if we don't do anything else, if we can put our foot on ground and end medical tourism, we'll have enriched him even where he is, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Diope East, Jana Leon.
Right Honourable Speaker, and the members, the colleagues. I join the colleagues to convey condolences from the people of Diope East, but also from another fraternity that the late belonged to that is not represented in this house, and that's the fraternity of sport. As we are all aware, the late had so many attributes, and he had also an attribute in the area of sport. He's a renowned biker, as already mentioned, but as some of you know, he's also a boxer and was also a goalkeeper. When people die, the only way we can remember them is taking forward what they believed in and what they valued. I'm fortunate to have hosted the late in one of his last public appearances when he was jovial, humorous, laughing, and that was just in December. And in his own words, he said, "Where I sit in a place that takes decisions, which decisions affect people." And I'm quoting, "I'll make sure that where I sit, we are able to provide what is required for the fraternity of sports in terms of infrastructure, in terms of funding, and in terms of the law." These are words that are going to remain in my mind, in my head, And I call upon this august house that if there is anything we need to do, is to make sure that we take forward what he loved and what he believed in. In my own belief, I'll say, Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi raji'un. Thank you.
Aisha, you will translate at your own time. Honorable Mama Mabira, then Alion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to second the motion moved by Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. I will condone Right Honorable Speaker with His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Vice President, and you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the people of Uganda at large. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, here we are for a great man. I want to thank all those who tried to save the life of Jacob, starting from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, all the doctors in their various capacities who have tried to save the life of Right Honorable Speaker. I would also like to thank those who were by his bedside. And in a special way, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank Patricia Lakidi, a lady whom I believe gave the last glass of water to Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank you, friends, for all across the country, for loving and honoring Jacob, the son of the soil. The gentlemen in this house, Right Honorable Speaker, if you looked at them today across the board, if only my brother Jacob could open an eye, he would point a finger at you and then give you a very broad smile. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want this unity to be kept for all of us. As a leader from northern Uganda, we can only thank you, fellow countrymen, fellow countrywomen, for the love and the unity you have exhibited, for the testimonies you are giving to the fallen son. He has indeed been a unifying factor. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to employ this parliament to amplify the passion Right Honorable Speaker had for the nodding children. You are aware these are forgotten children, and he was our mouthpiece. We have a home in Tumango and in Omoro, which was built by an American doctor, Dr. Susan, whom I went to America and he came and put up these structures. And as we speak, Right Honorable Speaker and friends, it has been abandoned. Please, let's reinstall this. We have these nodding children in Kitgum, Pade, and Omoro. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker and friends, we have all agreed that we need to support the family of Honorable Jacob Oulanya. I just want to tell the children that be proud, your father was such a great man. Walk with your heads high, don't be shy. We are here to testify that. But friends, as we leave this place, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that we make a firm resolution, and it is not inventing the wheel. We have ever, as Parliament, agreed at once to contribute to the cancer machine in Zambia Hospital. And all the members of Parliament had to contribute about $1 million. We pray, Right Honorable Speaker, if we are serious about this foundation, Jacob Oulanya Trust Fund, that colleagues, we agree and make one-off contribution which the Right Honorable Speaker will take into that fund. If we agree, we can contribute 1 million shillings and it's deducted once and we deliver in that fund to cater for the children of the fallen friend. Jacob, may your soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Anywa. There is a suggestion that we contribute just 1 million for that fund in the spirit of love. Ubuntu. Ubuntu, we contribute 1 million. Is that seconded? The ayes have it. We are going to get 1 million. Alioni, then we come this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to join all of you, send my condolences to the bereaved family. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I know it's a sad moment for us. When I joined the 10th Parliament in 2016, I received a call from Jacob Oulanya. He told me, Alioni, I have done my research. I want to meet you. He directed me to his home. Indeed, we met. He told me, from my research at Makerere University, I'm told you made Henry Chibalia a guild president. I said, yes, sir, and he's a member here. He told me again, I'm told, you mobilized and made Gerard Karuhanga a guild president. Indeed, he was with us here also in Parliament, in the 10th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, you are very much aware of that. Honorable members, Jacob asked me, I want you to join my team, and I'm going to contest as Speaker of the 10th Parliament. Indeed, I joined him. We took it head on until the last days of us getting to office. And later on we went for deputy, and in the 11th Parliament, God blessed us, he became our speaker. But unfortunately, the Lord has taken him. In January, he called me, says, I'm coming to thank the people of Northern Uganda, but I'm starting from West Nile, for having voted me as the vice chair, and also the speaker of the Parliament. In this January, he was in West Nile. I hosted him. Every time he's in West Nile with his entire team, all his meals are in my house. After the function, he went to my farm and planted a mango tree. I named it Omoro. That was January this year. February this year, when he fell ill, I thank His Excellency. He had to send a team to pick him from his house. After 6 days in Mulago, in the specialized women hospital, 7th floor, he instructed the security to call me to come and see him on his sick bay. I came on Monday. Honorable members, you couldn't believe. I was with him on Monday, but he was flown to Seattle on Thursday. He told me, I have been sick before. I know the pain of sickness, but this one is too much. I am not surviving anymore. I have few days to go. His son Andrew was there, my witness. I broke down. He told me to tell members, it's all about forgiveness. He told me to tell you members and his brothers, the children.
Honorable members, I don't usually like doing that, but there is an extremely special relationship between Honorable Arion, which the late Jacob Oulanya told me about. So please, just let's give him another 1 minute, and he say what he wants to say.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to pick 5 people here. I pick 5 people here. Because it's a free sitting, so those of this side, I request you'll be seated. Don't mind. Let me just pick 5 here. I'll pick Honorable Felix Okotogong. I add on Honorable Auma Heren. I add on Wakiso. I add on Honorable Gilbert Oulanya. And Honorable Barimwezo. Okay? Please, don't mind. Don't mind, but what I'm going to do, it will be strictly 2 minutes. Strictly. So that each one of you at least can say what? Strictly 2 minutes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I stand here to pay tribute to my brother, the Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Jacob Oulanya. Fare thee well, my brother, my friend and colleague, and my hero. You have gone so soon and left behind unbearable pain and sorrow to many people. The thought of never seeing you again bring tears in my eyes, even more so because it was a big surprise to me. The memories of our student days at Makerere University remain so fresh and vivid in my mind. I will never forget the good times and jokes in our room in Mitchell Hall, room C41. Our journey continued with colorful episodes and fond memories, and we remained close and shared many secrets until your departure. My brother Jacob Oulanya Lukori, I will always miss you. I miss your smile. I miss your infectious laugh. I miss your happiness that you always had. I miss you. I feel so low because you passed on so soon before achieving your dreams. Your dream of a united, peaceful, democratic, and a transformed Uganda. Your dream of corruption-free.
Honorable Uma, please, I'm not adding any minute to anyone. I want other colleagues to get a chance.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. With due respect, I extend my condolences to the family and to the whole world. The late Right Honorable Speaker was not only useful in Uganda, but he extended his knowledge in different countries. Our neighboring country, Kenya, sends its condolences to Ugandans. The little I know about the late speaker, he was critical. The Right Honorable Speaker used not to talk because he wanted to talk. He had evidence and he would do research. The little I know about the late Honorable Speaker, he is a developmental character. Okay, thank you so much. The little I know about the late, he is a developmental character. He has worked hand in hand with we colleagues. Actually, I remember last year in December when we were going to Arusha, I was left out and I was a good one doing training. When I approached him, he told me, Mama Busa, you have to go to Arusha. And I made it. So for these few words I've spoken, may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Honorable members, you see, all of you here, you're equal. Okay? I've just heard the member going out saying, this is stupid, how can they give me just 2 minutes, the whole of me? Please, you came through the same channel. Others came through to come here. So if you think you're special, you'll go for your own parliament, not the one I'm presiding over. Okay? Honorable Chirumira Hassan. Wakiso, then Honorable Chirumira Hassan.
Thank you so much.
Wakiso, then Honorable Chirumira Hassan next.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Bet Ethonalima is my name. We also condole with you and the entire nation at this demise of our Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker, from the Rotary family, it's very evident that Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya really served above self. It's clear that he stood for the values of Rotary, which include service, diversity, integrity, leadership, among others. It's very key that we all emulate this as we continue to mourn. As one, I was aided so much when it came to the motion. I first presented the motion concerning the locally raised revenue of local governments. It really showed mentorship skills. And I want to ask once again this parliament, let's stand for local governments, such that his role as speaker, as a mentor, as a tutor, as a coach to us who are first-timers in this parliament does not go in vain. I want to pray that every one of us, as remember Right Honorable Oulanya, will always stand for local governments. And in this budget, we see that we increase the budget of local governments. I wish to submit, Speaker.
Chirumira Hassan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The people of Katikam South and the Muslim community condole the entire country for the demise of our leader. We pray to the Almighty Allah that the soul of our beloved Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, every situation is a learning situation, and it is incumbent upon us to learn from the death of the Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Oulanya. In my final engagements with the leader, talking about leadership without position, and he enjoined us to be leaders without positions as new entrants in Parliament. Actually, he advised us to read a certain book, and that book is Leaders Without Position. I enjoin each and every member of Parliament to go and read about that book, because it's going to give us a clear way going forward as a leader. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Gilbert Oulanya, then Tinka Simre, I go this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, because of time, there is something going wrong in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to be serious. I remember in Acholi sub-region, when we had just buried General Lokech, there were information moving on social media that the next person will be the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. Before he died, Right Honorable Speaker, something is going wrong in this country. We should not bury our head on the sand. There is something going wrong. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, right now we have received the causes of the death.
Orders.
According to the father said his son called him and said he was poisoned. Right now the minister said our brother died out of cancer. We need to investigate.
No, Honorable Gilbert.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Gilbert, please. Honorable Gilbert. Honorable Gilbert, please, that language is not a language we need now. The doctors, colleagues, please. Honorable Gilbert, I don't want members to first raise order on you. Sometimes, colleagues, we have to raise order on ourselves. We have to behave in such a manner. I know I had a lot of statements, but all these came before the doctors came out to explain. All explanations have been made. Please, Honorable Gilbert, take your seat. Please take your seat.
Most
please.
obliged.
No, please.
Right, Speaker, most obliged.
Please.
But we should.
Honorable Gilbert, please take your seat. And clerk, his statement should be expunged from the record of Parliament. Please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Gilbert, you're done. Please, I'm just going to Honorable Tinka, then Barmwezo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable
Let's be mindful
Speaker,
of the language we are using.
for this opportunity.
Honorable Tinka, colleagues, I don't want to appear harsh, but there is a language we shall not accept on our Hansard. Okay? There is a language we shall not expect on our Hansard. Please, I request you, colleagues, don't push a presiding officer into a corner. So, clerk, expunge the record of Honorable Gilbert from the Hansard.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My condolences to the family and to the grieving nation about the death of our fallen colleague, Right Honourable Jacob Oulanya. Right Honourable Jacob Oulanya phoned me when I had done one term, and particularly when we were having party primaries, when he wanted to become a deputy speaker. As he was caucusing, he said, "You man, you came after me at Makerere University, but I remember you were in Mitchell Hall. Remember very well the anthem of our hall that we have to carry the banner. And I am not carrying the banner alone. I want to carry the banner with you." It was my first time to interact with him. I thought about it, but I had my candidate. The point that he won the election and became a speaker, when he was in that chair, Right Honourable Speaker, and convinced about a position that would serve the country, he would stick to it. I want to, I think in 2015, we were passing a motion to create Kagadi district. There was a lot of controversy.
Engineer Barmwezo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
No, Honourable
At
Tinka,
least I
please.
sing
No,
the anthem
please.
for...
No, please. Honourable Barmwezo.
No, of Mitchell Hall.
Honourable Tinka, please be orderly.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Nakawa East constituency.
Procedure, Right Honourable Speaker.
Please, Honourable Tinka. Number one, you are out of order for accessing a microphone without my permission.
Procedure.
Please, you can't access a microphone without my permission. Please. Honourable Barmwezo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Nakawa East constituency and my own behalf, I want to express sympathy to all Ugandans for the great loss of the country's best orator. Right Honourable Speaker, it is not how many years you have lived on the earth. Can you protect me, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, it's not how many years you have lived on the earth, but the legacy that you're leaving. Jesus Christ lived for a mere 33 years.
He was able to leave a legacy. Jacob Oulanya, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya has left a legacy. And it's not too late for us to emulate him, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob was passionate. He was a passionate believer of the fruits of the Holy Spirit. He loved the peace. He loved the joy. He loved the patience. He was a hard worker. And therefore, we should emulate him. I remember at a time when he emblessed one of us. I am a person living with a disability, and I'm the captain for the darts team. There is a little person that he offered school fees for, and this little person is a volunteer here. How I wish you could help Yubu, I think it's called Yubu, that little person to acquire a job here, because he was singly supporting him. I want to always remember this gentleman. We have lost a man, particularly.
Honorable Tim Go. I'm going to this side. Honorable Tim Go, Honorable Nanda Ramafabi, Honorable Musasizi Henry. Yes, I'll first pick those three. I have a list here. Colleagues, if we can use 2 minutes, each one of us is going to be given an opportunity. And my corner, please, the people in my corner, you are assured. Honorable Timgo, hey, yes, you're losing your opportunity. You're the one I started with. Please get in a nearby microphone.
Thank
okay,
you
Honorable Nandara, then Timgo will come next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would seek your indulgence. We are the two nurses who were told by doctors not to put on the masks. And two, I again seek your indulgence that you give me slightly more than 2 minutes. No, I'll explain. Listen to me. Listen to me. Yes, because this gentleman is our son-in-law. Two, I came here in Parliament in 2001 with him. Three, if you remember the famous motion on the sale of UCB, where I was the mover of the motion, and he was the scander, and that shows how he loved this country. So that's why I'm seeking your indulgence for an extra 1 more minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. Mr. Speaker, in 2001, I came to Parliament with Jacob Oulanya. By then, we treated each other as brothers, as friends, and my name used to call me Mukwasi. Mukwasi meant a brother-in-law. All our time with him, we were calling one another brothers-in-law Mukwasi. In fact, even one time in the house here, he made a mistake to say Mukwasi speak, forgetting those other things we talk from out. He's a gentleman. When he was a Speaker of Parliament, Deputy Speaker of Parliament, there was a crisis in this house. And that's why I want you to learn from it also, because the Deputy Speaker now. There was a crisis. There were colleagues of ours who caused a HMA here, and they were suspended. They were been given not to be in the house for 10 consecutive sittings. And it was a ruling. He was very angry. He looked in my face. I smiled. He wrote me a sheet that we should meet in his chambers. I told him, sir, you have never been harsh like that, always. But I think as a Christian, forgive. And one of the people who had been suspended was Honorable Semujo, Honorable Dongoto, and the following day, I was made to speak on their behalf, and they agreed to rescind a decision which I had taken the previous day. In 2002 and stroke 3, we wanted to go and capture Uganda House as young congressmen. We're being led by Honorable Amriat Oboy. And indeed we're determined. On the steps, of Parliament, Honorable Sisi Ogwal, and Honorable Ekule Park came and got us, said, you young men, you must be after wrong, you are on something wrong. It is Honorable Cooper who betrayed us. He said we are going to Uganda House to capture. Of course, Honorable Jacob felt a bit bitter, but he smiled. He had a very good smile, and we agreed that we would plan for another day. Unfortunately, the day never came. Instead, many of us left, but he stayed in Uganda House until some time when he left UPC. So, Mr. Speaker, Jacob, despite all hard times we would have, he was one of the peacemakers we had. He had a very, that's the serious issue. He would have that smile and things would cool out.
Honorable, I can only give you 4 minutes.
Oh,
I can't give you 6.
Okay, thank you very much.
You've
So thank
already,
you, Mr.
you've
Let me
already
conclude.
used 4.
Let me conclude. So thank you very much, Mr. So, Mr. Speaker, he has died. We're all going to die. But I'm very sorry to hear some people clamoring for money that they want. If he was here, he would have called that in his office, talk about the budget, but he's not calling us. For us in our culture, we contribute money to send off people, not to eat. For those who are clamoring to eat it, I'm asking God that call them immediately to go with him. May his soul rest in peace.
Honorable Tim Go. Honorable Tim Go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me time. For the sake of the record, my name is Otim Giu Isaac. I bring my sincere condolences to the family from the people of Badiere County in Nebi District and my fellow members from West Nile region. Mr. Speaker, for the little time I got to know the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, it was a time where it was very inspirational because he always, every time you spent with him, he was always trying his best to mentor you. It was like he knew he didn't have much time to be with us. And I'm sure all members will say the same, that the little time you met him, he will make sure that he didn't say goodbye without saying a word or two that may help you along the way. I would also like to thank our late Right Honorable Speaker that when he came back after the first time when he was really absent and he was sick, he made sure that he toured West Nile region, he toured Gulu, and he toured Lango region to thank the members there for what they did for the vote for NRM. Despite of the fact that he was weak, he made that movement. And he has gone, but he left after thanking the people. And I hope all of us members, whoever had any grievances or anything with the Right Honourable Speaker, let us leave it to him so that he may rest in peace. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Musasizi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Rwanda East and on my own behalf, I would like to extend condolences to the family of the late Jacob Oulanya upon his passing on. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2015, when we were enacting the Public Finance and Management Act, that is when I got an opportunity to get close to the late Right Honourable Jacob Oulanya. He told me that I didn't know that you were very brilliant until he realized from the debate and the logical arguments
some of us were putting forward. Later on, in the 10th Parliament, I became the chairperson of the Finance Committee, and I got an opportunity to work with him very, very closely. I have a lot to talk about him, but because of time, I want to say one point about the late, which was reliability. He's a kind of person whom you would agree with, and you would not panic whether he will do what you have agreed upon or not. Whenever I would call him to thank him for doing what I had asked him today to do, he would just tell me, but you know me. That was the sense of reliability I picked from him. And another last point was trust.
Colleagues in the gallery, Honorable Musasi, you understand the time we have. Colleagues in the gallery, we have Honorable Gama Ismail, a Member of Parliament, Honorable Kafero, Secretary Reco, Honorable Maganda Julius, our former Minister for East African Affairs, Minister of State, Honorable Komakechi Leandro, a very great friend to the late Right Honorable Oulanya, Ambassador Mumtaz Kasam also is with us. And then we have our NOTU chairperson, Mr. Owere. We also have our very Honorable Wamanga Wamai Jack, Honorable Caroline Okao, former MP and former Minister for Microfinance, Honorable Umar Rure Mawia, Honorable Timu George, former MP, Honorable Akrut Violet, former MP, Honorable Dong Lile, former MP, Honorable Keros Livia, former MP, and the Secretary General of the Democratic Party, Dr. Slanda Gerard. So, Honorable Alex Ruhunda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Our fallen gallant son of Uganda, he was a strong Pan-Africanist. And I'm a patron of the Uganda Pan-African Pyramid, and he was our member. Us who still believe in the importance of this color, and we are very proud of it as Africans. And he hated these tribal differences because in this era, as I'm speaking, Uganda has deteriorated so much. We have become extremely tribal, and this is very dangerous for the future of this country. How I wish people who are here, remembering this gallant son, can't we carry this spirit and take the Uganda we want forward? These are very serious matters. If you really think you love Oulanya, love Uganda with one heart, love Ugandans, and work for Ugandans, these tribes can never take us anywhere in this 21st century. So for me, I believe very strongly, and why I was so close with Jacob Oulanya. We were very close. Why? Because we believe in a strong Africa. We believe in raising the competence of this color such that we can be globally competitive and enjoy the global cake as human beings on this planet. That is Oulanya. So Oulanya, my friend, we've shared a lot. Rest in peace.
Youth Central, Honorable Chilabo Agnes. Colleagues, I'm receiving cheats from you. But you see, the cheats you're sending, I've already received like 50. So, I know each one of all of you, and I'll ensure you all speak. Just let's do 2 minutes, and we all speak. Yeah. Honorable Chilabo Agnes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm so sorry to the countrymen and women, more especially the youths of Central Region who I represent, and our colleagues, the youths of the Northern Region, upon the loss of our big brother, our mentor, our friend, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya, who has been an extremely reliable person to the young people, irrespective of the political spectrums. As a first-time parliamentarian, I will always keep at memory and forever apply his guidance as he guided us in line of execution of duties as parliamentarians. If I remember well, he once said that we should always put national interest above self and party, because in life one might change the political party, but it is very hard or even unusual to change the nationality and citizenship. So I encourage all members, honorable colleagues, to put the interests of people we represent on the top. We should prioritize the interests of the people of Uganda than the political parties we are affiliated to. I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Very good, my daughter. Honorable Atima Lee Jackson Buti, Arua Central. Don't mind the time I spend here, I'll ensure I spend it here. Okay? Yes. We shall have a balance.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the people of West Nile, Arua City, and Arua Central Division, and on my own behalf, I wish to extend our heartfelt condolences to His Excellency, the Parliament of Uganda,
Don't worry, they are going to pick me.
the people of Northern Uganda, the people of Omoro, upon the demise of our beloved brother, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. He has been a great leader, a mentor, a counselor, a friend, and I want to sincerely say this country has lost a great man. I remember when he invited me to his office. That was last year, December. That Honorable Jackson, can you come and we decide on when to go to Northern Uganda? And I thank the people for giving me the position of Vice Chair Northern Uganda, and for electing you members of Parliament who gave me the responsibility of leading in the speakership. And indeed, when we went to Northern Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, the man you see lying here went and spread the word of unity and love to us. We went to West Nile, Acholi Lango, and his...
Honorable Baranda, followed by Honorable Rakojo, Robina.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I condone with you. I condone with His Excellency the President and all Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, before us is a remarkable son. Right Honorable Speaker, before us is a remarkable son of this land. In Jacobo, Uganda has lost an authentic, truthful, and God-fearing leader who expressed courage and strength of character in his entire life journey. Parliament of Uganda has lost a mentor and a big development resource. We will always remember his integrity, his honesty, and his power of speech. His straightforwardness, his boldness, and determination in action will forever be marked to his memory. When he determined the right course of action, he stood by his word. He did not change anyhow, and he spoke his mind. We all unite here to speak these departing words about Jacobo as testimony of a deep-hearted appreciation for the earthly works that the Lord enabled him to do. May the Almighty God grant his soul in eternal peace.
So, Honorable Rakojo, Honorable Remejia Chia, Honorable Saro Pendi, Honorable Mara. Then I go this side. And colleagues, let us, I've picked 10 people here, I'll pick 10 here. I'll also ensure we include that side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Permit me to extend condolences, sincere condolences from the people of Gomba West to yourself, to the President, and to the three arms of government as they stand. Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya was a seasoned lawyer. He was a lawyer par excellence. He was the chairperson of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee from 2001 to 2005. And right now, I am the chairperson, and he had a special relationship with us. He was a master of legislative procedure. He taught us in this house by correcting us and being insistent on proper adherence to the rules of procedure. He was an orator. He had a sense of humor, which he joyfully shared with the house. He was God-fearing, he was a singer, and he loved culture. He was a sportsman, and he loved biking. He had a big heart, as was manifested in the number of children that he educated. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to request members of the legal profession and those on the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee to stand up and bow in his honor. Thank you.
How can you instruct you when the Speaker is in chair? You don't have powers over the House. You don't have powers over the House. Even those who stood up and it is wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all of us want to say something. We may not exhaust all of this today. I want Mr. Speaker to move under Rule 61 of our Rules of Procedure to cause an amendment to the motion before us that we establish a day every year, a Memorial Day, when we honor the life and the challenges and the benefits we derive from the life of Oulanya. Colleagues, there is a precedent. This man has been a man of fast. He has now died again, unfortunately, the first speaker to die when he's a speaker. In Bank of Uganda, there is a Mubiru Memorial Lecture. In the DPP, there is John Kagesi Lecture. Can I now move under Rule 61 that this Parliament supports the establishment or declaration of a day when we remember the life of Oulanya, so that we can always have him remembered in our lives and have a recourse to a Jacob Oulanya Memorial Day? I beg to move.
Colleagues, I think we could do this at a time of prayer, like the speaker had earlier on guided. When we are looking at prayers, okay, before we make a final resolution, we capture it as, under prayers. This is a very brilliant idea, Honorable, and please, we've taken note. When the time for passing the resolution comes, let's capture it under prayers so that members can vote on it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you so wish, I can at a later date formally move an amendment to the prayers to make prayer number 3 that Jacob Oulanya Memorial Day be established and be celebrated every year by this Parliament.
Honorable Saro Pendi.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, if you've heard very well, he's saying by this Parliament. So it's an internal matter. It's not that costly to the government, public holiday and all that. So this is an issue we can look at internally as the House.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I bring condolences to the family, the Parliament and Uganda as a whole, from the people of Tororo and from myself, for the loss of this gallant son that I met in 2011 when we had all been elected. And I remember as NRM members of Parliament, we were traveling to Entebbe for the very first meeting, and the late jumped into the bus with his bow tie and said, "Here I come. Please support me for the position of Deputy Speaker," and that is history. Right Honourable Speaker, we are paying tribute to this gallant son. We will have mourned and eulogized. We will have mourned and eulogized the late in vain if we do not do the following things, Right Honourable Speaker. He was extremely passionate about children. And Right Honourable Speaker, there are so many children on the streets, close to 15,000 now. There is a lot of torture and violence against children. We need to make this a risky venture because every day we are seeing on our TVs children being tortured by either their stepmothers or other people who are in their charge. Right Honourable Speaker, we'll have mourned and eulogized the late in vain if we don't end the road accidents. He was a biker. One of the reasons why he was not riding his bike is because the roads are they are not safe. I would wish to see a Uganda with the 4 lanes as we move up country, not the 2 lanes. And that's why we have, Right Honourable Speaker, we will have eulogized the late in vain.
Honourable Sarah, please. Honourable Sarah.
Can I end, Right Honourable Speaker?
Please
if we don't deal with the challenge of corruption.
Conclude, I'll say a whopper.
Thank you very much. If we don't end the issue of corruption, Right Honourable Speaker, the late Jacob, I did not support him. But as soon as he won the elections, I went to his office to congratulate him. And we had a long chat. I had reasons. For me, I had indicated, let us maintain the status quo. Let us support him as deputy and the speaker as Kadaga as speaker. But with that, all that ended. He told me, I have cases of corruption here. There are people receiving money on behalf of members of Parliament, and this is tarnishing the name, the image of this Parliament. He had hoped that we would find time and deal with this challenge as an institution. Unfortunately, it was not done. Honourable colleagues, let us ensure, if we are really serious and mourning and eulogizing the late, that we deal with this cancer called corruption, first as an institution and then outside. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the women of this Parliament and the men, we wish to convey our condolences, but also to urge each and every member in this House, let us plant a tree in memory of the late Jacob Oulanya, because he was also very passionate about environmental issues. Thank you very much, Right Honourable
Honourable Mara. And colleagues, after Honourable Mara, we have a situation. You know, we have to be practical sometimes. We have our Muslim brothers and sisters, and we've not arranged fasting. Is it iftar? Breaking the fast. We don't have any arrangement of that nature, and their time for fasting is coming. So I will allow a few of them, and then we proceed after. Honourable Mara.
Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Otuke and on my own behalf, would like to send our condolences to you, the President, and the nation for their untimely demise of our brother Jacob. Right Honorable Speaker, I have known the late J.O. for the last 33 years during our days at Makerere University. However, I got to know the character of the man during the recent Speaker's election. Many of us were on his side, mobilizing for his election. The Right Honorable Speaker, there's something that I learned from Jacob. We were, as usual, trying to deploy strategy and tactics to win. Some of them is strongly disapproved of. And as his mobilizers were wondering what kind of man he was, he respected his opponent. He respected the rules that were put in place by SEC. And we would say, let's do it. Say, no, you can't do that. So he maintained the spirits of rules and procedures, of obeying the rules up to the dot. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the missions of J.O. was to have a debate in this House about the Uganda we want. That debate, we have never had it. I would like to urge you, the Right Honorable Speaker, to really have a day or several days where this House can discuss about the Uganda we want.
Honorable Mara, that's not how you ask for more time. Honorable Huda Olelu.
May God rest his soul in eternal peace.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know late Jacob as a speaker in 9th Parliament, but I came close to him when I was part of his delegation under EU ACP. That gave me opportunity to have more discussions with him. I now know him better when he joined SEC. SEC is the Central Executive Committee of the Mighty Party. Therefore, I want to speak on behalf of the SEC members who are not members of Parliament to talk about Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2016, when late Jacob Oulanya expressed interest to stand as a speaker, as members of SEC, we took a decision that let him remain as a speaker. Being a loyal cadre, being respectful, he retained his position as a deputy speaker, although it was very painful at that time because indeed he had mobilized. But he respected the decision of SEC. Therefore, in 2021, he came to us. He said, SEC members, here I am again today. Last time you told me I should wait. Today I'm here. I also want to hear from you what you are going to tell us. Therefore, even SEC members who still wanted to say, please remain, it was very difficult for us at this moment. We had no option but to endorse him.
Now, honorable colleagues, each one of you is fighting to speak. It seems you want to leave me with the body of the dead here. I don't know why you're rushing. I've assured you I won't leave this seat until all of you speak. Okay? I won't leave this seat until all of you speak. So I'm scared. It seems the way you're pushing me, you want to speak and go and just leave me here. In the public, in the VIP gallery, colleagues, we have our very own, the Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, former Prime Minister. Thank you, Right Honorable, for honoring us with your presence. We have Professor Ephraim Kamuntu, Honorable Professor Ephraim Kamuntu. We have Honorable Godfred a former member of parliament. We have Honorable Aboya Vincent, who was with us in the 10th parliament. Honorable Wadada Fema, former member of parliament. We have Honorable Harold Kaija, Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General of FDC Party. We have Father Frederick Singwire, National Director, Uganda Catholic Secretariat. And I think I'm seeing my sister, Honorable Winnie Chiza. Yes. She's not on my list, but I've seen her. Thank you for coming. Now, when I'm going this side, I've seen there is a corner we usually forget. So I also want to present that corner. Honorable Awani Tony, Honorable Judith Adiek, and then Honorable Margaret Rawshija. And then I come again to the main line and I pick you. Now, for Muslims, I had gotten scared. We have prepared something for you. So you're going to break the fast with us here. There is no reason of you speaking and going. So please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to pay tribute to a great man who has been a mentor, a peace builder, and I also want to pay tribute to a man who loved his culture. I met the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya in 1998 when I was the chairman of Acholi Makerere University Students Association. The Right Honorable Oulanya gave us the opportunity as young men of the time to get up and speak and add our voice for the advocacy for peace. I want to thank him for having given us the opportunity at that time to speak and advocate for peace in northern Uganda at the time. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to remember Oulanya, the peace builder. During the Juba peace process, the LRA came up with one very important question that almost derailed the peace process. And this question was put to Oulanya as one of the draftsmen of the peace agreement. The question the LRA had put was whether the traditional justice system of Matoput would absolve them from the ICC indictment. Oulanya, the man who spoke the truth to peace, told them in no uncertain terms that the traditional justice system would not in any way absolve them from the ICC indictment, because the crimes they had committed was not only a localized crimes among the Acholi people, but they caused crimes among communities. So I want to thank the Right Honorable Speaker, the late Oulanya, for having stood up and spoken the truth to peace. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I speak I speak in reverence to a man who loved his culture. When I was in diplomatic service in Dubai, for the first time we danced La Raka Raka in Dubai. And he went there and advocated seriously for commercial diplomacy. He told me, Tony, I want us to go and dance La Raka Raka in Noya and any other side of Uganda.
So, Honorable Tony, thank you. Honorable Judith Adiek. Honorable Judith Adiek. Kore.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the people of Kole, and on the behalf of the people of Lango Sub-Region, on behalf of Lango Parliamentary Group, I stand here to pay tribute to the fallen Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker, we are aware that Honorable Jacob Oulanya was a man of integrity, a man who has been recognized in almost all aspects of life. Right Honorable, you remember when we hosted the international president of the Rotary Club. He was the one chairing. And Right Honorable, you were the one who moved the motion, and I seconded it on this floor. Right Honorable, the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya has been a major donor in Rotary Club. Right Honorable, I've been advocating for this, And I will not stop advocating, even in the National Organizing Committee meeting, Right Honorable. We need to have a slot in his burial so that the president, not the president, the governor of District 92 of the Rotary Club in Uganda should be given a slot, and he says something about the contribution that the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya made in this country and being a major donor. We are aware of the activities of Rotary Club in this country and internationally. So, Right Honorable, one other thing that I would like to bring forward to this House is that we need Rotarians here in memory of the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya.
Honorable Rabshija, Margaret.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and allow me to convey our heartfelt condolences. That is me and the workers of this country, Uganda, to the bereaved family of our late hero, Right Honorable Speaker, and colleagues. As we mourn the departed gallant son of Uganda, and who was the Speaker of this august House, the late Jacob Oulanya, I'm reminded of a renowned playwright of the olden times, 600s, and that's none other than William Shakespeare, in his book or play, Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar was a politician, and he died, but one of his buddies, as we call it today, was Mark Antony. He went for burial, and when he reached there, he had this to say, and I quote, he said, I'm here to bury Caesar, but not to praise him. And as people got so amazed, then he added on and said that the evil that men do lives on even after they have gone, but the good is interred in their bones. And allow me to explain what he meant. He meant that quite often we forget to talk about.
Honorable Max.
Just 1 minute and I close.
Honorable, please. Honorable
Yeah,
Max
as
will
I
be,
close.
No, Honorable Rabshija, please. Honorable Max will be followed by Honorable Pascal Menya.
Thank you.
Then Honorable Santa Okot.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mama Betty Awol.
Thank you for giving me
Please,
the
I'm going
opportunity.
to pick each and every one of you. I'm coming now. I'm this side. This side.
Thank
First,
you
wait for this side.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to convey our heartfelt sympathies and condolence from the people of Maruzi County upon the death of our brother and leader, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya. Right Honorable Speaker, life is a generational game. Every generation has a part, plays its part. Right Honorable Jacob Oulanya and I belong to the same generation. We were born in the same year. I always tease him that I was his contemporary. But then he would say, but I was born in March and you were born in August. So he was my elder, and I called him Ladit in respect of that. But he was ahead of his game. He stood out amongst his equals as a first. His equals like Honorable Norbert Mao, Honorable Amuriat Patrick, Honorable Katuntu, and many others in this house who were mentored in the party of Uganda People's Congress. He was a man of many parts, many talents. He was cultured, he cherished his Luo culture, He was a nationalist. He served this country with distinction. Always talking.
Honorable Pascal Menya. Honorable Max, I know you had a lot, but let's just do 2 minutes, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Padea District, allow me extend our condolences to all the countrymen and the countrywomen of Uganda.